Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. So, before we get into tonight's episode, we have to figure out why Sam is the way he is. Via one of our two fantastic sponsors tonight, the first of which is our returning friends at D&D Beyond. Sam?
Do not use my... Oh, thank you. Do not use my common name. Among my coven, I am known as the Web Weaver. Oh, God. Hail Zerial! And also hail D&D Beyond for sponsoring this hellish episode of Critical Role. Our world is a pit of corruption and false idols. Right now, we take the left-hand path, walking sky-clad amid a cesspool of depravity. And also right now, D&D Beyond is promoting their collaboration with... D&D Beyond is promoting their collaboration with Beetle and Grim. Stop looking at me! With their exclusive Platinum Edition box set of Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. Oh my goth. I would legit love this demonic box set, but my emotional soul is a desolate landscape of pain. Only the nine hells could warm this cold, dead heart. That being said, the box does include full-scale battle maps, items for in-game use, like jewelry and handouts, exclusive encounter cards, and something that even the infernal even the infernal god Ball would covet. A D&D Beyond download code. The wheel turns! The rapture may cleanse humanity at any moment. But if it takes a week or two, then go ahead and use code GBeyondHell at D&D at dndbeyond.link/BG Avernus to get 10% off your order. The meek shall be consecrated. Praise Beelzebub. Praise Mephistopheles. And praise D&D Beyond. I've never met or talked to a goth person. I don't know how they act or anything. But he's normal. He's normal. I don't know how a real goth person.
Wow.
I
mean, after this, I feel normal. Let me tell you, this was a dark mirror to stare into. This was a heavy mirror to stare into, and I've got to reevaluate some things now.
I mean, I've never seen you in your goth persona.
That's true.
So I don't know what you're like.
I have definitely seen whoever this is at a couple clubs that I then immediately left.
Why does God persona sounds like you're like surfer dude?
I know.
I really only do two voices, Laura. I'm not like, you guys are all really talented voice actors, and I just do me and slightly younger me.
Thank you, Sam.
Sure.
And thank you, D&D Beyond.
I'm sorry?
It's always, perpetually, and eternally sorry. Our second sponsor tonight, our friends of The Deck of Many. You've seen them. They've done the official D&D cards previous years. They're now releasing, if you haven't seen, up to this point, their new animated spell collection, which is pretty badass. If you guys haven't seen it yet, they have a bunch of cards that are references up to level 4, I think, of various spells in the game, but they have all the information, and they're lenticulars that animate. Yep.
What is it?
Yeah, they move. They're animated.
Let me see one.
Got banished.
I
spent a good hour with these cards and my kids today. My kids flipped out over this thing.
It's
They love it.
freaking cool.
Gosh, these are
So you got this is now available, which is awesome, which are the spell cards. And for those who ever want to be really great DMs and ruin their world, there's the Deck of Many animated things, which actually has all the Deck of Many things cards that are also animated.
Tempted, Travis.
Which includes, there's the classic Void card that gave us our one shot, or two shot.
The void is like my heart and soul.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
yeah, sort of.
I'm listening to Bauhaus right now. I love Bauhaus.
There's the full. It's a little more of a Sam scenario. So anyway, this shit's really cool. These tournament cards have all relevant spell information you need for the player on each of these. 8 frames of animation in each of the cards. They have the other reference decks like this I pointed out, which you can find at their store, thedeckofmany.com/critical role. And you can use the code critical role, one word, to get $5 off your order. So thank you guys for your support. Go check out the cool shit.
That's cool. I'm back.
Great.
I'll get to that. Well, better than like. So I appreciate the undershot. Yeah. It would be. Awesome. We have some other announcements to get through. In case you guys missed it, our latest episode of Between the Sheets recently aired, hosted by our fantastic Brian W. Foster, featuring our friend for a long time and one of the people responsible for this whole show and channel, Felicia Day. It's now available on our YouTube channel if you haven't had a chance to see it yet, so you can go and check it out there. Also, a huge thanks to all the critters that came out to Heroes Comic Con Sweden. I was there this past weekend in Stockholm, and it was amazing. I got to meet so many incredible. You okay, Laura? You having a rough time?
It's okay.
Just having some.
I'm getting all the ones out before.
Oh,
the
I got
game.
you. I was like, bad experience in Sweden. I couldn't.
No. Sorry, I'm testing.
It has nothing to do with
Gotcha.
anybody besides herself.
There you go. Anyway, thank you all for coming out. I had a wonderful time at the convention. Got to meet a bunch of fantastic critters from all over Europe and beyond. But yeah, had a great time, and thank you guys. We have an enormous programming schedule update coming next Wednesday, including brand new shows and a whole bunch of new Everything is Content specials. So keep an eye out that next Wednesday to have the announcements revealed before you. Indeed. So yeah, keep an eye on critroll.com and our social media outlets for that information as it comes. And also an important housekeeping update, we will not have a regular episode of Critical Role on Thursday, October 3rd, because we have enough people out of town.
It's New York Comic Con.
New York Comic Con.
Blame New York Comic Con.
Enough people out of town that we're just not going to be able to really do an episode properly.
We'll be gone.
Yeah.
However, that doesn't mean we're not going to do something. There's something pretty silly. A one-of-a-kind one-shot will be in place that Thursday, GM'd by our very own Sam Riegel.
I'm the web weaver.
So fear not, there will be shenanigans here. And then I believe that should be probably the last upheaval to the Mighty Nein story schedule for a while. I know the past month has been a little shaky. Sorry about that, but we're back in after that. But this one shot should be very interesting. So check out our programming announcement next Wednesday for the additional information on that as well. Laura, there's a quick announcement you have as well.
Yes, I do have an announcement. Tonight is the final night for our Vex and Percy beautiful rings. Yes, those rings will be gone after tonight.
Oh wait, this is the last time you can order them. Period. It's not.
mine.
This is it.
This is it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let's end of pre-order. Yeah. So
I need some more rings, so that would be good.
Dude.
So there'll be no way of getting these rings after the fact.
I'm gonna find out.
Okay. I'm just curious.
I don't think there will be. I think this
I
is
feel
it.
like this is it.
Okay, then. Well, then
made
get,
just
get
unlimited.
your orders in.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Make
Oh,
what
but
is
I'll
ordered,
find
I
out
think.
and I'll let you guys know before the night is out.
There you go.
But the
really
pre-orders end tonight.
There you go. Thank you, Laura.
Shit, I suck
Looks
at
good on
this.
you, Tom. By the way.
Hey, you know, I feel
It
good.
does look great.
Yeah,
I
it
feel
really,
very
really
good.
does.
Eye catcher.
It's a handsome ring.
Hell yeah. Awesome. I believe that's the last of our announcements. So,
Can we like fork Sam's tongue before the game starts?
Does that hurt?
Not at all.
you got the length of our intro to do it, so get the pliers. So, with that, let's go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Critical Role.
The adventure begins. They were always beside you, your nerdy best friends, and the DM to guide you. And they rise from the flames for the battles ahead. Villains beware, 'cause you're about to be dead. They got magic and flair. They got falchions and cunning. They don't see over there. There's a monster incoming. Inspiration is waiting. Rise up, don't think twice. Put your fate in your hands. Take a chance, roll the dice.
welcome back. So, last we left off, get a little bit of music going there. Last
wait.
we left. Oh,
The
Yeah.
pre-orders.
You got information?
I already know.
What is it?
we'll get to it in a second. Yes.
They will be gone after pre-order closes.
Okay.
No way to get them after this. So,
Well, then you better get in.
yeah.
All right. So last we left off, the Mighty Nine, after making friends with the Bright Queen, after finding their way across the entirety of Jorhas, seeking what looks to be some sort of strange demon entity named Oban, losing an ally to some sort of magic, and seeking the information about this Laughing Hand figure, you made your way back to Nicodranas to head northward back into the Empire where all of this began. You met up and are currently that night spending the evening within some rooms provided by Marion Lavore within the lavish chateau in Nicodranas. You scryed on your friend Yasha and discovered that there was some sort of attack in the midst of happening in some sort of a library. Gathering your thoughts, you rested for the night as well as you could with the new information. And we begin with the familiar for some of you and welcome warm sunrise in the city of Nicodranas on the Menagerie Coast. So, Mighty Nine, as you come to consciousness and gather yourselves, what would you like to do?
How do you do this again?
Yeah.
I'm going to go downstairs and just like eat all of the pastries because we haven't had them in a long time, and these ones have cinnamon.
Take your, magic bag with you so you can load up.
Obviously.
Oh, right, sorry.
Okay.
We spent the night there?
You did, yes.
Okay.
You were given rooms.
Am I?
Did you, you scried the next morning.
You're
though.
with.
I'm with my family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Did I scry in the morning?
I'm trying to remember.
We went to bed.
It's been 2 weeks.
I'll look at my.
Your character sheet would have the
my
spell
character.
spent if it
Yeah,
was.
yeah,
But yeah, in another room, you have been reintroduced to Yeza, your husband, as well as Luke. Old Edith is also still there, kind of slowly tripping around there. Her sight's a bit rusty, but she's happy to have at least been, taken out of what seemed to be a danger zone of Felderwin at the time and brought Luke here and is happy just sitting back and eating some different type of food for breakfast than what she's used to. The usual oatmeal and biscuits that has continuously met her in the morning for most of her life. What would the rest of you like to do, if anything?
Did I already use both of my 5th levels? I scribed twice this
I think
morning?
you did. One
Okay.
failed and one succeeded, so.
Got it. Okay.
I will go down into the common room to eat as well and wait for everyone to gather because we need to decide. Good morning.
Morning, Caleb.
We need to decide what we are going to do after, we spent a little bit of time. Have you spent any time with your mother?
No, she wasn't awake when I came downstairs yet.
Probably should not stay too long.
We shouldn't linger, no. I know. We can go to Zadash, though, and see my dad, which will be cool.
That would be cool. Do you want to... Are you going to discuss that with your mother? Or is that just for you?
I don't know yet. What if, I talk to him and he's like, oh yeah, I totally left her, I didn't. And I don't want her to know that. So maybe I shouldn't tell her I'm going to see him.
I think there's an argument for that, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, honestly, if she's like, oh no, Jester, I don't want you to go see him, that sucks because I want to see him and I don't want to have to follow that or something. What do you think?
Well, I think that's your call to make. It's a very personal choice. I wonder if there is some way to, definitively settle it with him.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Like kill it? Like kill him? No.
Oh, good morning, Goth.
Hi, sorry. Veth. It's Veth.
Oh, right. Good morning, Veth. Like, definitively.
Well, your mother thinks it's him. You could draw her a picture of him.
Oh, what I was thinking could be really fun. Don't tell anyone. I was thinking when we get to Zadash, when we get to where he lives, I could make myself look like my mom.
That would be something.
Yeah, and then I could be like, oh my gosh, Belladon, I missed you so much. You know?
From maybe like 5 to 10 feet back, yeah?
Well, here's the thing. I just feel like, you know, every time that I talk to him, he's a little bit like, I don't know. Because, you know, he never met me in person or anything, so he doesn't know for sure that it's me or that I exist. So he might think, no. But if he sees my mama, he will definitely know.
Yeah, there will be no mistaking his reaction.
Exactly.
Just you want to be careful the reaction you're going to get. But there's no way to know unless you know.
If he's like, Marianne, I really missed you, and he comes in like he's going to do something, I'll just snap myself back and then he'll know it's me and then he won't do anything and it won't be weird.
We all know it's you. Good morning.
Good morning, Bo.
Hi.
Have some pastries at Cinnamon.
Oh, yeah.
I think it could be weird still, but family.
It'll be fine.
Well, I'll be fine. Morning.
We're going to see my We're going, but keep it down because I don't want my mom to find out. We're going to go see my dad.
Is your mom listening right now?
She could be.
Oh.
Yeah, it is thin walls.
Does she do that?
No.
There's no insulation
But
in
I
this
did.
place.
You totally do it.
You do hear the faint creaking of wood upstairs. There is movement, the shuffling about.
Oh.
She's a lick!
Maybe that's Ford.
Morning.
Nah.
Nope. This wasn't Ford.
Damn.
Did you used to eavesdrop on people?
All
Yeah.
the time.
How did you do that?
What do you mean?
I mean, did you go to doorways and put your
I'll
ears?
show you. There's all these little spots. You see that little crevice up there? You can sort of see it through the
What's
two
that?
slats. Yeah.
Where does that go?
Well, that's just on the other side of it is another hotel room. But if you're in there, you can hear everything that's happening in this room. Oh. Hold on. I get up and run up there.
Okay.
Is anybody in there?
And the
In the little crevice I used to hide in.
crawl space, there's nobody in there at the moment now.
It's all clear! And I come back down.
Wait, Jester, stay up there.
Okay. I run back up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah!
Can you hear me now?
What about now?
What about now?
This if we're
Can you hear this?
quietly?
I can hear everything that you're saying because Acousters are the best. Can you hear what about this? Can you hear this? I can tell you're whispering.
Okay.
Why are you all yelling so much?
Oh, we're just doing a little sound check.
Crevice check.
Where's Jester?
She's in the crevice, doing the sound check.
Oh.
Watch
Where
it.
is she? You see Marion coming down the stairs, kind of robe closed in the front. Good morning, everyone.
I come running out of the crevice.
Okay.
Hi, Mama.
Sapphire.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wasn't expecting, an arrival so late in the evening, but happy to have you. How long will you be staying?
Not very long, unfortunately. In and out.
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, if there's anything I can do before you leave, let me know. Do you know how long you'll be gone, or will you be coming back anytime soon?
Don't know anything.
Okay. Well, just
But we'll pass through again because we have Traveler Con coming up, so.
right.
Do you want to come to it? You probably don't, but it would be really fun if you did.
Tell me more about it at some point.
I'll send you some
this
messages.
afternoon. Yeah, please. I'm curious to hear about it.
She's very excited. It seems to be like quite a crowd will be gathering for this.
Potentially.
A volcano, yes? I mean, that's got to be advertised clearly on the pamphlets.
The volcano?
Yes, but don't worry, not in the dangerous part of it, just the cool part.
Very well.
Yeah.
All right. I am. You have some plans. Well, regardless, but before you leave, just let me know so I can say goodbye. I'm going to go, and she kind of walks over to the kitchen. You can see there's already a plate set aside for her, kind of part of the morning routine. She takes it and heads back up the stairs with it.
Is she okay? Does she seem okay? Am I getting vibes like she's upset or distressed about, or a little stressed out?
You can make an insight check if you want.
Okay.
Get her first roll.
22.
22. She seems, at the very least, sad that it's such a short meeting. You know, it doesn't seem like she's upset by anything more than just the fact that it's, you know, a hello and goodbye. But that's all.
Okay.
I see you're all in rather good spirits this morning. Certainly, the tale that Jester told last night is quite dire. Have we discussed at all how we plan to follow up on what she saw?
I think we should not tarry here too long. I don't know if we are going to make that just part of the day or if we feel like we can wait another night. I hate to leave your mother so fast, although I worry about your people.
Yeah, I should probably check in on the soul.
Do I know anybody there that we could send a message to?
Xenoth, maybe. Archivist Xenoth.
I met them.
We met them
in Zadash.
In Zadash early on. He was kind of following me.
What the fuck is going on?
You put crushed ice in there.
No, are you putting sand and gravel in your drinks now?
Fucking wig hair all stuck to your damn.
It's just a damn mess.
I thought crushed ice would be a good idea. It sounds like it's a bunch of rocks in here.
I didn't know you were such a fan of grape nuts.
It's a Menagerie Coast delicacy.
Allison, I just lost one of your rings. I think it fell in the flask.
Wouldn't be the first time, that's okay.
Oh, God. Well,
off to a great start.
It only takes in that which makes it stronger.
There's a pirate ring in the flask.
He'll find it later. After he chips his front teeth.
Yarg.
Oh, God.
All right.
Not just Bo's compatriots, but also this is our first lock on where Ayasha has been, period, since we saw her and that thing. I mean,
I don't know why I thought she would be sticking more to like unpopulated areas.
It seems like whatever they were looking for,
They found it.
they found.
Well, this could be a good thing.
How?
it is an incredible journey from where they were to Zadash, yes?
He was like teleporting.
We did it, yeah, with the teleportation.
That's right. You said that you saw them disappear at the end of your vision, right? So they could travel anywhere.
Is there any way to trace a teleportation after it's been triggered?
It's an excellent question.
Okay, if anyone could do it, it would be Caleb.
Have I ever heard of such a thing?
I mean, not beyond just scrying again on the individuals who teleported. There's nothing to trace directly.
There's no receipt that prints out. It's like, thank you.
Not really, unfortunately.
Email it to you. They were looking for something. If we find out what they were looking for or what they took, then that might be a clue into how to stop what they're doing.
And we're
first moment we've had for that.
We won't get there too quickly either. We have to make our way.
No, it's going to take some time.
Let's go get some horses.
Do they? So it's a place of knowledge, yes? Record keeping, histories, things like that.
Yeah.
How many of those are there in Wildmount?
There's, I believe, just one here in Wildmount. Nope. 2 here.
Roll some fucking dice.
Yeah. No, there's a library, or there's an archive in Rexentrim, and there's one in Zadash.
Okay. Right in the capital.
Right.
And in Zadash.
And then there's one in Port Damali.
These are cobalt places we're talking
about? Oh, that's close. We're close to one.
It's about equidistant.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Hey.
Equidistant?
Yeah.
Do you think they hit the other ones before they hit this one?
I mean,
Should we check in with Port Damali and see if they have been hit, and maybe that's where they're going next if they haven't?
I don't know if I know anyone in Port Damali.
Like, though, it feels like they found what they were looking for.
It does.
You know? Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know how many libraries they hid in
Or
between.
they may have a teleportation circle to the other library, and if we say that we have information on what happened, maybe.
That's true. They
Sure,
may be able to
libraries have
send us.
teleportation circles.
Way to set that up.
It's like a fax machine.
For the most part, there is one in each facility that is used to kind of, anchor to each one and kind of transition between, but it's not an open passageway. It's something that's utilized only for necessary travel of those that are generally pretty higher up or on specific missions for the archive.
I'm an expositor now. So that means I've got access that I didn't have before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we trying to send some sort of a message to the Port Damali's Cobalt Soul?
I think if we just get to Zadash, they'll already know if we can get word from them if the other reserves have been hit.
Is there any sense to sending a message to the one in Port Damali and saying, if you haven't suffered an attack, to at least increase your security?
That would be smart.
If they don't know of the attack in Zadash?
Do I know of any expositors or archivists in Port Damali Cobalt?
No, unfortunately, most of your study was specifically within the Empire.
We know Twiggy.
She was in Port Damali. We both would know people in Port Damali.
We could.
Yeah, you would have probably passed through some folks that saw your mother, but they were customers. You have some people that you knew back then, but the people that were close to you, you have no idea where they are.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, our best bet would be reaching out to someone like Twiggy and having her deliver the message.
Do you think a message from Twiggy would be very trustworthy?
No, I
That's
don't.
a very fair point.
I think the monks at the Soul would look at her like she was either crazy or they'd laugh and say they already knew.
Well, then to Zadash we go.
We need to start somewhere. We can't get there quick as we want, but we will get there, and the trail will probably have gone cold, but you can talk to your folk. Maybe we will see something, if they allow us to look, that they missed, perhaps.
Yeah.
Then we talk to your father and see if he has heard of any rumblings of the beacon.
Right? Didn't he have some... I don't know what's going on with all these locations on that map and stuff. There's wasn't there somewhere up north that was creepy? That's people were at, that were
A little more specific.
I know.
Probably.
That's called Wild Mountain.
You know when Ford and Yasha and I were missing, you guys went somewhere that...
Oh, yes.
And then there's something having to do with it.
For the criminal town.
Shady Run.
Did you get it?
No.
No, you didn't.
No.
You didn't.
Yeah, near Shady Creek Run there was something. I don't remember. Oh, no, that was the family, the rival family.
The Jagantoffs.
The Jagoffs, yeah.
Yes, well, they're working with the slave trade and Rini.
That's all very nebulous. That's not a lead.
not
That's
what
not a
we-
lead to go
But
on.
unless we wanted to check in on them, because if I was gonna smuggle a dodecahedron thing that I might...
a really funny word.
Smuggle is a funny word.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
To Zadash!
How are we going to get through the border?
That's another good question.
We did it before.
Well, we did it the other way.
No, we did it both ways.
We did do it both ways.
We did?
Also,
Oh,
we're all very...
maybe you weren't.
Oh, that's right. We forged a letter.
That's right. Do you still have it?
Maybe? No, he
It'll
took
be-
it.
It'll be on your equipment list on D&D
Yeah,
Beyond.
sure it will. I'm pretty sure they took it.
You may have to forge new documentation.
I'm going to forge a new document, but now that we know, I'm going to do a good one here and so we're not going to be traveling as much.
Being an expositor help with that too,
Yeah, it
maybe?
could.
Or-
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'll put back on my vestiges when we get closer there.
Okay. So you gather your things. You're buying horses.
Yeah.
How many horses are you buying?
Fine.
How many rounds of horses have we bought this game?
You know,
Horse trade high.
There's a lot of wild horses you've left out in the open, and 3 moorbounders that are wandering.
Moorbounders. We spend so much money on those moorbounders.
Hey, what's the problem when you teleport around a bunch?
Yeah.
Is when you get there with animals and you teleport back, you kind of abandon them.
Rush a Western, they don't last.
They don't last. We want to do 5 horses, 6 horses?
3 horses and a cart.
Why do we need the cart?
I don't want to ride a horse.
We're not going to just get a cart just for you. We can go so much faster without a cart.
You've ridden moorbounders. You don't want to ride a
On
horse?
the back of what? I mean, it's uncomfortable.
You can ride on my shoulders while I ride the
All
horse.
right, fine. I'll let this one slide.
5 horses.
Okay.
Okay. 5 horses at 75 gold apiece.
Each of us pay for our own horse.
I'm riding on the back.
These are riding horses, so they go pretty quickly, like as
Good,
far as
good.
distance goes.
Shit.
75.
Shit! I just did something really bad.
You got rid of all your gold?
I got rid of all my gold and I'm clocking how much.
You're a
Okay,
racing
yeah.
character. Manzi.
My jester's gone. I'm a new character now.
Well, I guess we've left the
We've acquired, we are buying.
left
yes.
the lady your
Lavish
mom's house.
house.
I'm going to go give her a hug goodbye. I'm not just going to ghost.
Okay.
Has your laundry been done and folded?
So yeah, you can go up to the room and you can see Marion's kind of just holding a book by her her little dresser where she keeps her jewelry, vanity. That's what I was looking for, the word. And kind of turns towards you, Evnor. Hello, love.
I'm sorry we couldn't stay longer.
It's all right. You and your friends are doing amazing, wild things, and I'm just happy that you're okay. But be careful.
I know. It's really hard.
I can imagine.
There's bad things going on in the world.
There always have been. But it's the good people like you and your friends that make the bad things not everything. Right?
We're trying.
That's all you can hope for, right?
Yeah. These are really good people that I'm with. It's kind of amazing that we found each other.
I've always had a good feeling about them.
I got you a present.
What? You got the present for me?
Yeah, it's nothing major, but I bought you.
What did you get your mama?
Let me find
Okay.
it. I got you a jar of fresh honey.
Really?
It was we went and visited bees. I talked to them. I know, but Caduceus told me how.
It's so hard for me to believe you talking to things.
All you have to do is say hello.
Well, I will try that next time. It's very good.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jester.
I love you.
I love you too. He comes in and gives you a big hug and kind of holds you a little longer, and then eventually kind of lets go a bit. And goes, oh, before you leave, I got you a present too.
You did.
I know you've been traveling quite a bit, and you've been bouncing in some dangerous places.
Yes.
I'd been saving up for you for some time, just in case you wanted to go to school or wanted to open a shop or whatever you wanted to do, and you found a different life than I expected. But if it can help keep you safe. And she kind of reaches beneath the bed and pulls out a small leather satchel. It's kind of buckled over and has a little strap on it and hands it to you. And she hands it to you. You feel already the coins kind of shake inside. It's not much, but I hope it's helpful.
Thank you, Mama.
Of course.
This will do some really good things, I think.
I think you will do some really good things, I think. That might keep it more comfortable, at least.
Thank you.
Of course. Keep talking, please.
I will. I'll send you so many messages.
I look forward to him every time.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you. I miss you already.
I miss you already. And she walks you off with your friends, and she gives everyone a little wave as you're gathering the horses. And says, take care of her.
Yes, of course, as always.
No, but I mean it. Take care of her.
Oh,
Fucking
shit.
eye contact.
Oh, God, I know.
Or else. Oh, okay.
I'm shook.
She starts laughing. You're way too easy to spook, each and every one of you. Need to work on that. If I can get to you, imagine what more impressive and imposing figures can.
You're the most impressive and most imposing in the entire universe.
You're right, I forgot. Thank you, Jester. You're fine. Travel safe, everyone.
Let me give my little one a hug goodbye.
Yeah, Luke comes out there. Okay, Mom. Are you killing more things?
Yeah, I gotta go back to work. But I'll be back in a little while for just another check-in.
Okay. What else did you shoot while you were...
Oh, boy. Have we...
Yeah, Yezik goes like, Luke, it's okay. Your
Last
mother...
thing we shot and...
You don't have to answer that.
Well,
What
I
is
mean,
the last
very
thing we
busy.
shot? You shot me in the fucking ass.
I did. I shot Beauregard.
Oh, sorry.
It's like,
sorry.
that's awesome. Like, that's...
Exaggeration.
Do you want to see? I still have a wound.
What?
No.
I'll show you.
She will.
Keep your butthole closed.
Oh yeah.
That... Luke, go inside. Sends him back into the chateau.
We'll be back soon.
Okay, we'll be here.
Okay.
Take care of Nugget.
Don't worry, we will. He's getting very big.
Don't go near the water. It's a murderer.
Don't let him blink away.
Okay. All right. Gives up.
He should get swimming lessons. Could save his life one day.
Or he could die learning. I mean,
What?
I feel like I read somewhere that 80% of swimming lessons end in
No.
death.
That is
No,
not
That is actually
Not
grossly
I don't know what
incorrect.
blogs you've
but
been reading.
I feel like that's an
No,
accurate
that's
number.
not the truth. That's not.
All right.
Had we ride.
He gives you a big hug and kiss and sends you off.
I'll drop my illusion and turn into Naughty.
Your goth disguise goes away?
Yes. Yeah. This is my true self.
I think at this point, when we have our Halloween episode, you're just not dressed.
Yeah.
Just to keep a difference to recent designs. All right.
How much did my mom give me?
You go ahead and look in the side.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
As we right away, I'm not going to do it in front of my mom.
Yeah. It's 750 gold pieces. She's been saving up for a while.
Mama.
Wow, that covers the horses and then some.
We already paid for the horses, so we got the money.
Is there anything else
after.
in Nicodranas you want to do before you leave?
No.
All right.
I'm good.
All
Did
right.
your forging? You forged?
Yes, I forged. I
Okay.
fjorged.
Perfect. You guys go ahead and begin your journey northward. Say north. Yeah, wow. My brain. Sleep apparently helps on occasion.
I'm so tired, man.
I'm fine.
Oh,
Just a little jet lagged. All right, so heading northward towards the Wiyun Gorge and back into the Empire. First off, you said you were going to try and forge some documentation?
yes, I was trying to do it before we got on the road so
Right.
that it wouldn't be all like. Ugh.
What is the context of the documentation?
Yeah. It's a letter from. Give me a name of the kobold.
Archivist Xenoth
It's Archivist Xenoth.
giving permission for research for the
Crew.
faction crew on behalf of the Cobalt Reserve.
Yeah, to
Cobalt
go
Soul.
Research the impact of the lunar cycles on the waves.
Yeah, we could say that that we were working with what's his face.
Fucking hell, what's it? Who's it?
Uth,
Yep.
no, Uthodurn was the town.
Archivist Uthodurn.
Umagorn. Smelt. No.
Why don't we just leave it with the first name you said, and that's enough?
Yeah, but it was gonna. Yeah, I guess the guards won't know
Archivist
that.
Demid.
Yeah, I'll write all that shit out.
Alrighty. On your third draft,
Yeah.
after having to scratch it out a few times, go ahead and make, I'll say with this, make a dexterity check with your proficiency modifier.
And a
Woo!
Get it beforehand. All right.
What is it?
Well,
A
what?
dexterity or performance check?
Dexterity with your proficiency.
This is for proficiency bonus and your dexterity bonus.
Wow.
With the D4.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. I rolled all the things beforehand, and that's not.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
You feel like you've done a fair enough job?
All right. Sorry, guys. I rolled like
Oh,
shit.
God.
Let's already put this in the jail for the night,
You
and
continue
then
northward.
this is gonna get filled up.
It is a lengthy journey, approximately 13 and a half days to get to Zadash on horseback. But you've made this journey before. It's familiar territory. Making your way northward, it's going to be about, if I recall, four or so days until you hit the Wuyun Gorge. Is there anything you wish to do during the journey?
I would like to be tinkering a little bit on the
horseback?
back of my horse. Yeah.
Sure.
Or when we stop to rest.
Okay.
I bought a couple of bolas.
Yeah, you're like on my shoulders, aren't
Yeah.
you? So I don't want
Yeah.
you tinkering.
I'm not playing with any explosives. I bought those two bola things. I'm gonna see if I can fashion, because the Tinkertop Bolt Blaster can accommodate, a hefty load. I'm gonna see if I can rig it so that I can take two bolts and connect them with these like bola things with at least the string or whatever, and fashion it in a way where I could shoot it. And it's like a delivery device for a bola, and
You got it.
it'll wrap around somebody and trip
Okay.
them.
Okay. Go ahead and make an intelligence check with your proficiency.
Can you imagine how much the arrow would be like?
This is tinkering. Are you proficient with tinkering tools?
I have tinkering tools.
But you're not proficient with them?
How do I tell?
It would be under your proficiencies.
Proficiencies. Where's that?
Bottom left corner.
Bottom left corner. Proficiencies in languages. Oh, tools. Thieves, tools, and alchemists supplies.
All right. So go ahead and roll and add your intelligence modifier.
Better.
Guidance.
Too late.
Is it?
16.
It's a little late on that one, but it's okay. Next time. 16. Okay. You spend some time with it on the first night as you're resting around the fire. The horse has been kind of off to the side, and you're a couple of false shots. The bolts themselves. It's weird to try and wedge them both in there, and it becomes less of a firing of two bolts simultaneously, more than a single bolt that becomes a delivery method. That springs and fires them outward as it releases itself. So it's like a crossbow bolt that doesn't have a tip. Instead, it has both of the bullets tied back, and so when it hits the exit point of the crossbow, it releases it and sends it
Way
forward.
better than my idea.
We'll see if it functions when you try it out, but you seem pretty comfortable with the design.
And I have one or two of those?
You bought 2 sets, right?
Yeah.
So roll a second time.
Guidance.
Guidance.
All right, I'll give you 2 there.
What do I do with guidance?
Add a
Take a
D4.
D4. Give it a half fucking second. So I can
22 on that
22. You feel real confident about that one. The first time was kind of a run through. It may or may not work. We'll find out. The second one, you're pretty sure will be functional.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No worries. Anyone else?
I would say on the journey, at least by the time I get to Zadash, I would have put in the time needed to transcribe the 2 Dunamancy spells into my spell book.
You'd be able to do that.
Yeah.
Over the journey
Over
to the
the
Wuyun
journey at
Gorge,
night,
yeah.
an hour or 2 every
Yeah,
night.
you'd be able to do that. Okay. Anyone else?
I'm gonna give Sprinkle lots of love because
All right.
he's having a hard time. Yeah, he's
He's a little spastic.
this is a nice 2 weeks of nothing like crazy where I'm going to give him lots of love and lots of treats and calm him down a little bit if I can.
Great. Perfect.
Or do you want to work out? Like do some jogging alongside the horses?
Absolutely.
All right, we work out.
All right.
Fuck yeah.
4 nights of travel eventually get you to the base of the Wuyun Gorge. As you approach the exterior gates, you can see once again there are a heavy amount of righteous brand than what was normally there. You'd say probably 200, 250 or so that are just at and on the actual gate looking about. And what looks to be a modicum of maybe 3 or 4 carts that are in the process of waiting to get through. The gates are partially ajar. They're not opening or closing. It looks like a lot of folks are coming back through now. And you can see some traders are making their way past as they kind of watch you as you continue forward.
I would have changed into my vestiges like
You got
that
it.
morning and all that stuff
So
and
you have
gotten
your
all my Cobalt Soul
Raiments
shit
and
out.
everything. You got it. Okay.
Can I use my Mask of Many Set Faces to make myself look like a Cobalt assistant? Then
Yeah.
I will be an assistant to Bo.
Easy enough to do. You've seen their attire well enough. Anybody else?
We should just make us all look like Cobalt people. I'm going to do it too. I'm going to make myself look like a kobold.
Oh man, well, that's exciting. Sure.
I cast seeming and make us look like the most boring, simplistic, nondescript
research monks.
monkeys.
I'm still swole.
Yes, one big guy.
Okay.
But boring looking, a little bit of a cowlick in the back.
Perfect. All right.
Push-ups. Come on.
You guys slowly approach and you get in line.
Yeah.
And you can feel every 15 or so minutes or so, it shifts forward a bit. One of the carts makes their way in. One cart gets turned around and has to come back, and there's some yelling and some cursing. And you see them kind of go back, and the older woman who's at the front of it is frustrated and I don't know where that came from.
I don't know who it is.
Serenray? Turn your shit off.
Taliesin. Sorry. It's okay.
No.
Damn it, Siri.
Hey Siri.
Don't you dare.
Hey, Siri, go fuck yourself.
iPad, never mind.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Don't ever talk like that. You've seen Black Mirror.
Oh God. She listened.
Such didn't know how to respond to that.
I'm just saying, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I say please and thank you to Alexa all the time, just in case. It's true.
Yeah.
So.
Are you sure about that, Travis?
About an hour or so of waiting until eventually you're second to next in line here, and you can see one of the Righteous Brand soldiers comes up with their armored attire. What looks to be a stack of papers and some charcoal and a quill. And as they walk up, kind of glance over and approach. Look, all right, so what is your business? What are you coming into the Empire for?
Just a few members of the Cobalt Soul from Zadash doing a research mission. Returning back to report our findings.
Starts giving a discerning look over each of you. And you say you are here returning or traveling towards to? And this is for a Mr. Xenoth?
Yep, Archivist Xenoth. One of the heads of the Cobalt Soul, located there in Zadash.
Technically you're not lying. So make a persuasion check.
Man, I should have lied.
Guidance.
Thank you. Persuasion. 11. 12. Nope, 11. 11.
I regret to inform you that at this time we are being extremely careful with those that make their way in and out of the southern of Western Wynandi and or the Tuscan Vale. I apologize that we cannot let you through. If you would like to, you could return to Port Damali and perhaps require a second means of referral, but at this time we cannot approve your transition. My apologies. He hands you the paper back and turns around.
Two dozen guards?
About, yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Someone want to do a friends? Someone want to try something here?
That's a good idea.
Someone want to do one more attempt at this?
This is a good idea. I'm going to cast...
The two soldiers are going to approach to kind of start maneuvering the horses to turn off and turn around. What are you doing?
I'm going to cast Charm Person.
Charm Person on...
At 4th level. So I can charm any of the guards that are within reach. I can charm 4 people.
Charm.
Yeah, at 4th level, you would be able to charm 4.
Oh, shit.
All right, let's go ahead and roll some wisdom saves. So, your spell DC is?
17.
17.
Come on.
All right. So the guy you were talking to, one of the two soldiers that was pushing the horses aside to turn them around, and one who was by the gate, all kind of turn towards you and go. And the main guard goes, I apologize. I'm just not been eating very well. I don't mean to be as crabby. I did not recognize you. I sincerely no worries. We'll pass them through.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
The one other guard who's kind of like, wait, what?
This is very prominent.
Sir, why would you? And he kind of approaches to talk to me. He's like, no, we don't want to mess with official business. They know what they're doing.
That's a good idea.
It's like,
Waves, moons.
Yep.
they create a space. They wait. The horses maneuver back towards the pathway, and you guys eventually are guided back through the gate onto the opposite side. You come through the other side, and from there you can see there's another 80 or so righteous brand that are kind of waiting carefully, keeping eyes on the high mountain sides as well, in case anyone tries to bypass the gates.
So an entire fucking battalion. Oh
Let's ride on very quickly away from her.
Thank you.
Smart sports.
Archivist.
Academia!
Learning.
Yes.
Learning.
As they begin to vanish in the distance from the shouting, you glance back and you can see some of them going,
Drop seaming and get into hiding and drop seaming.
No, don't drop see me. Just keep going. Keep going.
Go.
We didn't do anything wrong.
no, so you continue rushing onward.
Diplomatic immunity.
Academic immunity.
All right. It's another 2.5 days to Trostenwald, where a lot of this began. Is there anything you wish to do along this journey or upon arrival?
Yeah, I will take the next couple of days to try to get everyone in the group to know the names of the Cerberus Assembly. In fact, I take the time to write down their names and their position and a little bit about each of them, and I pass those out to the group, which I'm going to do and it down.
Let's look at the names that I never wouldn't have spelled that. Nope, that would have been wrong. Yep, not a chance.
Oh, you sprayed a little perfume on it. That's so nice.
That's cloves, actually.
Should I try to scurry on Yasha one more time and see where they are right now?
Yes.
If I can?
Absolutely. Are we stopping for the night, madam?
Yeah, on our first night. Stopping
first night heading
I'll try to
Okay.
cry.
So you guys head off. You begin to set up your ritual in the middle of kind of the grassy field here. And, after being in Zadash so long and in the snowy regions of the Flockhead Alps, it's been nice to kind of head northward through the Menagerie Coast along the grassy fields and the jungles that met you to the Wuyun Gorge, and now back into the familiar, lush fields and plains of southern area of Wynandir. You prepare your ritual, focusing your eyes once more down upon the sigil you've drawn out across the dirt, focusing for a moment, and you feel the presence of the traveler there backing you up, kind of channeling the vision through him into you. Your vision begins to shift as you hear the traveler's voice say, I think we have her. Your vision pulls back into the clouds, dark at night. You can see the stars for a second before there's a thrust of movement. You feel yourself get momentarily almost jostled from the movement before you are brought into what looks to be a meeting of mountain and hills. You can see Yasha, and just beyond the periphery, another figure, herself cloaked and hooded, the secondary figure cloaked and hooded, and a large looming cloaked and hooded figure moving forward. They're right at the base of these rocky mountains, among what looks like grassless rolling hills. The soil nearby strangely dotted with multicolored minerals and odd scrub brush.
Does it sound familiar? Does it look familiar with any location that I've been to or seen?
Nothing you've been to or seen. As in watching, they kind of stop for a second. Yasha pulls her head back and kind of looks off in the distance. Make a perception check for me.
God damn, I told you! 7.
7, okay. She puts the hood back up, and they continue walking forward. A few moments later, you hear a and they all kind of move out of the way, and you can see a little bit of spray coming. And kind of changing your perspective, there looks to be a heavy plume of steam rising nearby, and a geyser of hot water that suddenly sprays from a pool-like vent not far from them across the ground. They kind of move around slightly. This kind of area has some sort of geothermal activity to it. They're quietly just walking in under the cover of night.
Can I see Yasha's eyes?
This would be, yeah, it's the same time of night you guys would be. Yeah, or at least it's night where they are, and it's night where you are.
It's not like a different side of the world.
It doesn't seem to be, at least in the north-south region. Of course, night can fall quite a distance on a continent.
Yeah. But same continent.
So, same continent you gather. Unfortunately, with the perception roll you made, you can't see much else. You just can make out the fact that it is Yasha. About 10 minutes of them perusing this journey, your spell fades, and the scry loses its anchor.
They're on the move. There were geysers.
Geysers.
Do we know of anywhere that has that kind of...
Have I read anything about the
There
geography of this
was
continent?
rocky mountains and
both of
hills
you.
that had no grass on them.
There aren't any geysers in Rexendrum, are there?
Actually, you would have advantage on
Guidance.
this, Beauregard.
I would have advantage.
You would.
Guidance.
And guidance.
Both of you.
Both those?
No, she just has advantage.
Okay, I got a 19.
Oh, you had guidance though from him.
Yeah.
I got a 20.
26.
Okay. It makes sense, because one of the regions that you're very familiar with
Oh no.
is the city of Kamorda.
Come more.
Near the base of Mount Mentiri, there's something about the mountainous region around it that has, since it was founded, given rise to a bunch of strange geothermal activity that has altered the landscape to where the vegetation that grows there, the few kinds that do naturally, are very alien to the rest of the empire. And that's also why a lot of the vineyards there are so sought after, because only certain types of wines and liquors can be made based on the topography surrounding Kamorda.
Ram Kiln
That's
Hills?
one place you know of which this type of activity is familiar, and you're very familiar with it because it's where you grew up.
Just.
Is it the only place, Bo, that's like that?
There are other places like that.
No. Yeah, there. I mean, I wouldn't imagine so. Bo just kind of like wipes away tears. Why would they go to Komorda?
Is there a cobalt soul there?
No.
Is there anything important for the empire there?
No, it's a wine town, and it's a little upper class. It's like a suburbs of
Is it on the
Zadash.
way
Maybe they're on their way somewhere.
to Zadash? Or is it away from Zadash?
What about outside?
Neighboring Zadash.
Oh,
It's
they
a
wouldn't be
few
on their
hours.
way. They can
No,
teleport anywhere.
They're moving west, and
Yeah, it's west of Zadash.
just so you know, it is roughly the same distance from here to Zadash it is to Kamorda.
And these geysers, they're not in town, are they? They're outside of the town you come from?
There's a lot of mineral-rich soil and geothermal activity around there, which is why there are certain grapes that grow really well and make really great wine.
Maybe they just
Lionette
are
wine.
thirsty.
Lionette wine.
I don't know where they would be moving west.
Holy shit! I just realized Lionette wine. We have that.
Yeah, we do.
Wow.
We do? What do you mean we do?
I mean, we have that at home.
Oh, you have that at home. We
Yeah,
don't
they
have it
sell
with
it
us,
at
right?
the.
It's my family's wine.
Wow.
Your family is like a wine family? Mm-hmm. Oh.
Well off?
Yep.
Oh.
Dad was a poor bastard, and he got a hint from someone to go and buy property, and his farm property that was more or less derelict, couldn't get anything to grow on it, and a fortune teller told him to buy the property and grow grapes on it, and that it would make him rich.
Does he tell that story all the time?
Is it printed on like the back of the label on the wine? Because it's like,
No.
it's a cute story and tourists really love it.
He tries to keep it on the down low.
Inside family lore.
Inside family lore.
They're in Kamorda and not in the hills that surround it, yes?
Well, the winery is kind of based on the north side of Kamorda in the hills, yeah.
trying to be not seen, where they were trying to be
They
quiet.
didn't. I mean, they had their hoods up.
Can I think of any reason why they would be in fucking Comordo? Is there anything there that would make them?
There's wine families. There's a few competing ones there that you're aware of. There are standard small-scale businesses and guilds for any sort of, town to be maintained and for people to live there with the creature comforts that can keep a populace happy. But it's not a political center. There isn't a particular thing that stands out to you as to having relevance to their journey.
At this map, Deerstalk is the nearest large city. It's south of there. Is there any sort of kobold knowledge hub there?
I don't think so. In Deerstalk.
Deerstalk? Mm-mm.
They're traveling west from Sadash. The only thing further west from Komoda is the mountains, Pride's Call.
Is there anything in known history that predates the farming of the land for wine?
Based on your history check, I mean, there's a lot of things that predate this entire region. As far as there being previously existing societies that were wiped out during the calamity. Most of that information is still being recovered via what ruins are beginning to be discovered and delved into. Much of the society that exists here, the Empire, was based on a long crashed, Age of Arcanum mobile country, essentially.
Okay.
But nothing seems to really stand out to you as far as specifically that location.
Mm-hmm. Is there any reason you would not want to go there? Just weighing our options. Not saying I want to go there.
I think if we're going to consider going there, we need a little bit more hard proof that is exactly where they were. I mean, you said there's geysers all over the place, right?
Not all over the place.
We should probably scry again tomorrow.
Do I know of any other place off the top of my head that would have guys?
In the Empire, generally no. Like that the region of Mount Mentiri and that part of the mountain range there of the Sirius Mountains is the stranger part of that area because of the way it's changed the landscape. Like, north of that, Pride's Call, while it's a different type of geothermal activity, the hills and a lot of the plants that grow there are changed or different, which is how a lot of that culture is based on, especially the Pride silk that is farmed from the silkworms that live there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, nothing in the Empire that catches your mind. As far as history goes, there are offshoot places near strange ocean thermal vents, but those are, you've heard of them, but you don't know any specific locations that you've traveled to.
How long of a travel is it to get?
Here,
Yeah.
It looks like a little bit longer than it would be to Zadash.
It's like
It'd be like an extra day and a half to get there
It's like a
than
day
where
journey
you are
from
now.
Zadash to.
Only because I'm map hunting, and I'm only looking at things that are around the area. Do either of you know about the ruins of Shattengrad?
Do we know about that?
know about the
Just east of Pride's Call, but north of Komoda, just on the other side of the...
Both of you make another history check for me, please.
Do I get
Only because-
advantage on this one too?
Only
No.
because...
Doing your thing.
Yeah.
Guidance,
Guidance!
Good. I need it.
because ruins are cool.
total balls for me. 5.
Did you add the 4?
17.
No, okay, it was a 1.
17?
17 for me.
It's 5.
5, gotcha. Yeah, the ruins of Shattengrad are...
Oh, 15. I didn't add the 10.
A recent discovery outside of Pride's Call. There was, at the beginnings, it seemed to be of some sort of what would have been a quarry was being built by Pride's Call, some of the dwarves there, the hill dwarves, and they found what looked to be some sort of a sinkhole, like a deep pit that went beneath. And in the base there were elements of what looked to be a very, very ancient ruin. This is maybe a few decades ago, and it's just been slowly being uncovered.
Do you guys ever play Skyrim and then instead of following the storyline, you just go to the interesting places and like reveal all that, and you get all your fucking missions out of order? That's what I feel like we're doing.
Yeah.
Kind of.
So you know that you know of it. You don't know much more beyond like what is in there, because it never was something that you paid much mind to when you were doing your research. You just heard about it. There are some excavations going on there. It's less of a mysterious, magical thing beneath there, and more of historical interest and archaeologists and those type of folks trying to figure out what exactly it was. If it seems to be, at least people are gathering that it may be tied to. What are you trying to do?
Can I roll an insight check on the DM?
You may not.
Okay.
Well, here is my concern about going off in goose chase. We are talking about, our prey. They could be at a different. They're more mobile than we are. They can be in a different place in a day. So it's going to take us many days to get there. That trail will be cold as well, and we'll just be guessing at a target. At least if we're going to Zadash, we have some goals there. Things we can do.
We can find out what they stole, maybe.
Potentially more about these ruins of Shattengrood.
And if their movement continues to be erratic, then we know that they're at least moving with a purpose to throw off
For something.
scent.
Yeah, while we travel.
It's only a day away.
I could,
It's only a day.
You could, scry on my parents, maybe.
Just to see if they're alive?
Just check in on Kamorda, I guess.
Yeah,
I could try to send a message
have
to
to-
them.
you should.
You'd have to know what they look like or something, right?
I have to be sort of familiar
you
with them.
you have no familiarity with their parents at all.
Yeah, you could totally describe them, and I know their name. I don't know their name. I know that it's Lionel, but
Lionel Richie, it's correct.
Lionel Rich is your dad.
Wait, that means you're.
Yep.
What's her name, Richie? It's the. No, not Christina Ricci. The girl with Paris Hilton. Nicole, you're Nicole Richie.
That's right. I've been RPing as Nicole Richie this whole time.
Deep cover.
Where did you stay, Adam?
That's hot. That's your Tracy persona.
I really don't want to have to make that canon.
I mean, it's the rich girl vibe. It kind
See
of
the
works.
pain
I guess so.
on your face.
Yeah.
So you can describe, and I can try to send them a message, or I can try to scry on them and
Can you
see
draw?
if they're okay.
Do you have any ability to sketch?
Do it right now. Draw a picture of your parents.
Here, no, you describe them to me, and I'll try to draw a sketch, like like a criminal thing. You describe them, and I'll try to draw what I think they look like, and you can tell me if I get it right. Yeah, like a police sketch.
All right.
Face shape. Long.
My dad's a little bit shorter. He, he's
Make
got
a charisma check.
darker hair, a little pudgy, but like a rounded face. He's got kind of like a
Charisma
widow's
check.
peak.
This is how good you are at conveying the details.
Brown eyes. I got my blue eyes from my mom. Just straight charisma.
Natural 20!
All right.
First one.
Now you go ahead and
Long while.
make a dexterity check.
Guide me.
Yeah, no, okay, you can do it.
Which
I'm
dice
scared of.
failing
I'm
this
scared of all of them.
Wait, let it speak to you. Go.
Wait. A small little mote of white light floats up from my head. Into your fortune's favor.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Use
Just I should just use it right now, just in case. Woo! Plus dexterity.
Good.
So that's 22, but I'm gonna try the advantage.
Okay.
Okay, 22.
Okay. It's not bad. I mean, it's, given the circumstances that you're literally just describing it out of thin air and she sketches it, like you can look at it and go like, there's some things there that
Do you want me to
have a bit
have
of
eyes
familiarity
farther
to it.
apart, closer together? What kind of?
He's got kind of like a unibrow that he's let go in his later years. He
Alright.
Gotta keep
The
that
shape
shit
of his
up.
lips, is
Gotta
it
keep
close
it
to
up.
your
Yeah,
lips?
lips are kind of almondy shaped. Yeah.
Okay.
That perpetual frown. Yeah.
Yeah, he's cranky like me.
Okay.
All right. You have a sketch.
And the
Of
name
her
is.
Thoreau. Thoreau Lionette. Thoreau. Yeah. That's why when you made that joke forever ago, I was like, oh, fuck.
Okay.
Wow, you nailed it with a joke.
Thoreau Lionette.
Thoreau. Okay, am I scrying or am I sending a message? What am I doing here?
With the names.
pulled yours out too.
Yeah, which
Send
one?
a message to Thoreau.
Or
That way,
What do you think?
if nothing's happened yet, you can.
He will know it's me. He's never met me.
He won't know regard.
you stop it.
Do you want
Are we
me?
back
I
there?
don't even have to
Down
say I
that
have
side of the
anything to do
table.
with you if you want. I can just be a creepy voice in his head and make sure he's okay. I can make him think he's going crazy if you want, but
He would probably relish it. You could always say that you're with the Cobalt Soul checking in, giving a status on Beauregard.
okay. Should they say you're
checking in.
doing like super, super good?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can tell him I'm an expositor now.
Okay.
Top of the class.
That's a lot of stuff. Just okay.
Okay.
You got it.
I'm gonna send a message
You
to
won't fuck this up at
Thoreau
all.
regard.
But make sure you like ask him if anything has happened in Comordo.
Yeah. Okay.
All of those things.
All right.
Hello. It is I, Archivist Xenoth, letting you know Beauregard is an expositor now. Top of her class.
Oh no.
How are things there? Anything weird happen?
Anything weird?
No, anything is one word.
Poor guy. He's doing the crossword.
on the toilet?
No, the response is, all right. Thank you for the information. Wow. Good for her. Nothing to report. Things are fine. Is that how this works? Like,
Number one, he sounded really nervous. Number two, he sounded like impressed.
Really?
Yeah, he said good for her.
it's kind of like the
Good for
grandparent
me.
Yeah, but in
trying
like
to
a
turn
cool
off
way.
FaceTime. Like, how do I?
Number three, he said nothing weird has happened. And then I heard him fart.
Sounds about right. All right, cool, great. We don't have to go to Comordo.
To the dash!
Yeah.
To sleep!
All right, so you guys rest for the evening. Who's keeping watch on this one? All right. Just roll a perception check for me if you don't mind.
I'll give him advantage.
17.
17. Okay. Evening goes by without issue. We'll say for the purposes of expediency, since this long journey, they're having to roll for every single section every night. I'm just going to do the general roll for it.
There's a dome every night as well.
Of course. Continuing onward for the next bit of your journey, you make your way to Trostenwald. Do you wish to stop for any particular reason? Or
Been there
With
before.
Bryce?
Bryce is off.
Bryce here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
off
off
field.
him. Which is on the way, but I think we should.
I think just get like food for our horses and keep going fast.
Okay. If you decide to stay the night for comfortable lodging and not on the road at least, you go ahead and mark off 3.5 gold. Actually, 3 gold for all of you.
Okay.
For
Do that.
for modest.
Thanks, Chester.
You're welcome.
Here where Gustav, was that his name? Leader of the circus? Wonder how his life is doing.
I'll never
Check in.
He would have already left though.
You definitely don't see him in Trostenwald while you're there.
God, it's been a long time
Yeah, shit.
in California. This is the inn that we would have met in, right?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's
That's
sake.
right.
I've never.
We sat at that table over there.
We need to have a drink for Molly and Yasha.
I think I also, didn't we make carvings? Didn't we make dick carvings onto the table? We go over and we
Like
look.
crawl on hands and knees and look under
Make an
every
investigation check, each of you.
Fuck yeah.
table. Guidance.
On me or you?
I was doing it on
herself.
myself.
I don't know if you can do.
Looking as
Oh, really?
I think you can. TJ Storm did it like a
You
motherfucker.
touch
at
one
this
willing
table.
creature. You are a willing creature.
I
Yep.
am.
Just making sure.
It doesn't
18.
matter 'cause-
26. I'm looking for the dicks this way.
14.
Can't use it if you have a concentration spell up.
You all come to the table at the same time and have the same exact epiphany as you see the carvings are still there.
Dicks!
Dicks!
There's an old
dicks?
there's an old farmer guy on the farm who's like, what?
Dicks.
Yeah.
Who you call a dick?
You, old man,
No,
shut up.
Just a table, Inspector. We're just coming through making sure all your furniture is up to code.
Where's some manners?
Congratulations, it is.
I'm gonna add a task to it.
He's an asshole.
I'm gonna add a task to
Cost to
it.
the local.
Okay. It's on brand.
And we should have a drink
I agree.
for Molly.
Let's have some Bombach Brewery Ale.
The fucking bomba.
This sucked.
Yeah.
What did I write? I changed their name on the sign.
Buttcock or something?
Bombcock, maybe? I can't remember.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you go to the bartender. Actually, for this place would be.
Adeline Klaus.
Wow.
There you go. You got the information still.
Start
Yeah.
at the very beginning.
Go through my old notes here on this one.
Or Yorda. Or the Nestled Nook, is that right, Maddie?
The Nestled Nook, I believe.
Klaus.
All my old notes here. Oh my god, it's been a while since you've
Yorda,
been here.
barkeep.
And
Adelaine.
Adeline Klaus.
Also, I wrote Skinky Doody for some. Oh, Skinky Doody was a password.
Oh, that's
Into
right.
And like something that I made. I don't remember.
We went there like if we're in trouble or something. So
I was like, I think it was how I turned your shitty con. You remember?
Brilliant con.
Yeah.
All right. Well, upon asking for a. Where is it here? Yep, this is Yorda. There we go. All right. So Yorda and Adeline are both there. Yorda's like, trying to look at my old notes for the character, and we're like, all right, Bombach, yeah, if you want to, they're a bit pricey at the moment since
Why?
they shut down the manufacturing for a time.
Wait, they
that
shut
true?
down? Why?
Is that all of the breweries? What about Von Brandt?
No, just the Bombachs.
What happened to them?
yeah, what
Apparently they were caught up in some sort of an illegal
trade.
ring, something went up.
Didn't you?
I stole their fucking letters and shit. They were smuggling drugs.
exposed them.
I did to the gentleman.
You shut down that
I shut down the bomb box. Cause and effect.
Oh, you helped him corner the market.
Help two corner the market.
The other one.
The other one?
There are two other families there. So I can definitely get it for you. Just so you know, it's probably going to be quite pricey. But
Do you
know,
have any Lionette wine?
Yeah, I think we got two bottles in there.
I'll buy them both.
Let's do that. Are you
All
saving
right,
up for-
you're
open
spending the
them.
money. Certainly, by all means.
Yep, I'll spend the money.
All right. So for the Lionette, they have two bottles of the purple cider red wine, which you're very familiar with. Those run at 50 gold per bottle. So 100 gold for two bottles they have.
Yep.
Whoa, your family rolls in the stinky Yankee shit. Oh my god.
I made some really good money when I was smuggling it out and selling it for half cost in the black market. Fuck. Now you know why. All right, I actually gave 100 gold to my family. Oops.
Well, technically, it's just wholesale, so really you're.
It's just
sorry
grapes.
about anything.
Fermented grapes, yes? There's no, I don't know, spice in the bottle or
I
any
think
sort.
a large part of the wine industry is perception. You know, you create sort of an oeuvre.
Yeah. You kind of have to.
It's experiential.
It's an art. It's like a storytelling device when you have it done the right way.
I'm going to be honest, I don't see it myself, but it sells well. Most folks that really, look deep into it tend to be kind of I don't know, not right in the head.
Oh, yes, pricks. Understood. Fair enough.
I'll try some.
right.
Since it's
You
your
know what?
wine.
I'll try some too.
Really?
Well, yeah, I need to know if
This is
50 gold bottle of wine tastes
Very
like.
special occasion.
Caduceus. This is where the rest of us met.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, a long time ago now.
Explains the dick
dicks.
carvings. That's
Yeah.
that's real nice. It's a nice little place.
It's nice that we could show it to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. This is.
Notch in history of the Mighty Nine.
Pour out some wine for everybody.
Does it change colors? Do anything?
It looks like a nice, rich, red, purple wine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, monk.
Oh, monk. I'm just looking at her. The first time she ever wrote notes about our characters in her notebook.
Caleb,
is it?
Stinky Wizard.
Yes.
Not Goblin Girl. Molly, Pretty Tiefling Guy. Yasha, Pale Viking. Bo, Monkey.
Monkey.
Ford, half-orc cowboy.
Wow, that's right. Last time we were here, you were a cowboy.
I was never a.
You were a
what?
cowboy. You were a definite cowboy.
What is a cowboy now?
This is
You're
lovely.
a cowboy still?
It's not bad, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know it's like all a little bullshit, but it's actually pretty fucking good wine.
It's fruit forward.
Yeah.
Got a
You
good,
get those mineral
good
tastes.
nose.
Yeah.
I hear if you swirl it in your glass, it helps to. What are you doing?
It is surprisingly zesty with like a faint hint of cinnamon to it,
my
which is where the cider comes from. The title of the cider.
It's funny. I'm getting notes of tobacco and jam in it. Actually, it's little dark cherry.
Well, that's from that volcanic kind of type soil that's there. From the,
Sulfur.
yeah, from the geysers. Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's just been an episode of cutting conversations and going.
All right, you stay your night there in Trostamall to continue the next day. It's about 2 days from there, I believe, to Allfield. Is there anything you wish to do along the journey there for these 2 days? No. Okay.
Travel hard.
Just really petting Sprinkle a lot.
Okay.
Oh, we continue to work out.
Totally.
Yeah, hanging from like branches. doing
You find the occasional
pull-ups,
tree and just really
tossing boulders back and forth as we do sit-ups.
High running.
No, high knees. Drop down. Pop back up.
Perfect.
The equivalent of me tasting wine. Just as boring to me to watch you do that.
Eventually making your way to the outside of Allfield. The city has, and Trostamald had it too, a minor Righteous Brand presence, which previously, especially when you grew up here in this area, Righteous Brand stayed mostly to outposts like the two garrisons to the east, Weon Gorge, and major cities like Zadash and Rexentrum, Blade Garden, of which is where most of the training there happens. So it's still strange. When you came through last time, before on your way to Felderwin, after the war began, you remembered seeing more of a presence there. So the presence is still there.
That's just martial law.
Yeah, well, it doesn't say martial law necessarily, but there's definitely a larger martial presence. But nevertheless, you have access to the city. You go ahead and find yourself the previous inn where you had stayed.
Dash?
No.
You're in Allfield.
Shit.
You do ask around for Watchmaster Bryce Felid. However, they are not there. They have been relocated for the time being to Blade Garden to aid in the current conflict until further notice.
Waste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bryce
right
did
in the
not
thick.
want to go there.
No.
No, they did not.
What about the fire damage here? Is that all?
Most of it's it's either in a state of repair. Some of the smaller buildings, the damage has been completely taken care of. But like the larger buildings, like the candle something, I can't remember off the top of my head, is still in the process of being struck because that was a major point of damage. But it looks like the city's recovering and is on the cusp of being completely recovered from that attack by the Gnolls back in the day, a few months back. But you find yourselves there comfortably for another evening of sleep. This will be, we'll put for all of you. Are you all staying in separate rooms? They're a little smaller here, or are you all sharing rooms again here?
Double up.
Yeah.
3
Double
rooms.
up. Okay. That'll put you at 9 silver.
I got that.
You got it?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Ask around any sign of Shikasta around these parts.
Make an investigation check.
Guidance 6. This is an investigation.
Yeah.
17.
17. Alrighty. There's been no information of Shikasta currently being there, but apparently a week ago there was mention, some say, of the mysterious figure known as Hush passing through briefly, asking around some of the common folk, and they kind of light up at the mention of the name. Every week.
Oh, right in my coffee!
Take it up. Take it up.
It's
Come on.
dead!
Come on.
No, it's
It's in my coffee!
Shikasta.
How are you feeling, friend? Only one way out now. That's actually sad.
Is it just is it dead?
Like,
Oh, that's- he's
He's really energetic, though.
Should probably remove it from the table so you don't accidentally drink it.
Max, come dispose of this beautiful creature.
Tasteful funeral.
Anyway.
So Hush was around at some point?
At some point in the past week or so, passing.
Are there at the inn? Are there any notices on the post board? Anything that looks interesting? Thanks, Max.
It looks like there are a few pieces of paper that are requesting more hands and volunteers for the war effort against the terrible and dangerous Kreen incursion. It looks like there are some postings looking for mercenary work to help bolster defenses against what looks to be more riled up goblin and ogre attacks in bands that seem to be getting more bold as some of the defenses are being pushed further and further east. Other than that, it's a couple of posting for just general farmhands and aid in reconstruction, looking for anybody who's handy with tools for a low weekly pay. You know, nothing else that catches your attention.
Okay.
And did we already ask if Thaddeus's shop had been completely rebuilt? Was his an inn? Thaddeus Candle Glow?
Yeah, the Candle Glow is not done yet, but it's mostly there. You'd probably be another 2 weeks or so of construction. It should be
Okay.
good.
Is he around?
You can go ahead and talk to him if you
I'm
like.
gonna go find Thaddeus.
Okay. So, Thaddeus and all feel going through my notes. Hopping around location to location. Alrighty. All right, so yeah, you go ahead and find Thaddeus.
That's accents.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking Disadesh.
Oh, hi there. I remember you. You were one of the folks that came in and helped out with everything that went on down here.
Yeah.
Good to see you again. We're not quite up and running, unfortunately. We're not seeing
that.
folk in yet, but give us a little bit of time.
It's very close.
We'll be good to go. We're getting there.
I'm gonna take 10 gold and give it to him.
Why do you...
The Traveler's been looking out for you, you know.
Who?
The Traveler. I told you about him before.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you tell this traveler that
I'm
his...
going to paint a figure of the Traveler with my special paint.
What?
And I'm going to give him a little statue of the Traveler.
Okay.
I would just suggest keeping this on your mantle. You know, as a thank you, since he blessed you so much.
Of course, no. I'll take any sort of guidance that any being might bring to us to have better luck than we've had in the past. And
That's right. He blesses you daily.
Thank you so much.
This is getting creepier.
You watch him go over and pocket the gold and set it up on the hearth above the fireplace. Amongst it looks like a couple of pieces of probably wax fruit and a bone of some kind, bag of nails.
Awesome.
They all float down here, you know.
Well, it's good to see you. Appreciate it.
Yes, of course. That's blessings upon you, and remember always also be looking out for Traveler Con and stuff.
What?
Always also be looking out for Traveler Con and stuff. That's catchy. That's catchy.
All right.
To the dash! To the dash!
Maybe.
Three's the dash.
Three's the dash!
All right, continuing on. Roughly 3.5 more days until you get to Zadash, traveling northward. The weather itself is still cool, but it looks like you're moving away from the snowier winters that seem to have been taking the northern part of the continent. You can still see some slush and some kind of dirty ice and snow that's in the process of melting away. Is there anything you wish to do during the multi-day journey to Zadash?
Should I see if they're still there?
Oh, you mean scrying?
Yeah.
Sure, go.
That's a good idea.
I'm just gonna scry on Yasha one more time to see
Yasha
if they're still there and maybe.
So, natural one on that saving throw.
I can't, like in those situations, because they don't know it's coming. I already asked if I could.
All right, so the traveler's presence warms the space around you, and as you fold your hands in front, you feel his hands clasp yours. And the voice goes, let's see what your friend's doing this way. And his head turns this direction, and your vision suddenly shifts in this rapid pace, kind of zigzagging through blurring topography, mountains, hills, kind of dodging through. Suddenly you kind of wince for a second, your eyes seeing a bright sun, reddish orange in a sky, kind of partially broken clouds above. You see Yasha walking through a rough-looking, kind of a swampy waste and an open plain. This is a Jorhassian sky. You see her walking alongside a similar cloaked and hooded figure. Her cloak she had previously is just kind of off the shoulder, hood down, and the hulking shape of the Laughing Hand also mostly wrapped and obscured by a much heavier cloak than the one that you had first encountered him with, looming across the field. Make a perception check for me.
Come on, guidance and shit.
I can't guidance myself on this stuff. I already asked. God damn it!
Holy shit. All threes and twos tonight.
Okay. You follow them along.
That's what I was talking about with pre-rolls. We're all 2s and 3s.
You follow them along. They're just walking. You hear, just outside of the periphery, Oban, the voice familiar to you, kind of speaking and seems to be ranting a bit under his breath in the direction of Yasha, but you can't quite make out the details of what he's saying. You can't quite make out the location of where they're at. You can see there's like some shapes, but the sensor of your scry stays focused around Yasha. Most blurs beyond that immediate radius. But at least you can make out the topography. It does appear to be Jorhassian in the familiar lighting of the sun and the broken landscape, though you're not certain of the actual location there.
Okay.
And after about 10 minutes or so of focusing, you lose your tether.
They were in like a swamp in Jorhas.
They're all over the place.
But I'm going to send a message without telling Bo.
Okay.
I'm going to send a message to the row.
Oh.
Hey, it's me again. Just making sure everything's still okay. There. Sarkivist. Zenith. Doing good? There at your house, anything strange going on? That's what I'm asking about. Anything weird?
No, everything's fine. Have we met? I don't know if we've met. You're starting to worry me a little. Everything okay?
So fucked.
Who is this?
I'm gonna send a message back.
I can see you right now.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm watching everything you're doing.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Make a deception check.
Of course, of course.
24.
If it's fuckery, comes through.
Just real genius. Okay.
The only thing you hear in response is, "Oh no," and silence.
The Beauregard, this is Jesus. I want you to stop touching yourself. Sold their winery and moved down to the Menagerie Coast. Unprompted move. Thoreau Lion Guard said he heard voices while he was pooping.
He later murdered his wife.
Oh my god.
Religious movement.
Everything's okay at your house, though.
Huh?
They didn't do anything at your house.
Yeah, no, you told me that yesterday.
Yeah, but then they left, and I just wanted to make sure they didn't do anything after.
You checked in with my dad again?
Well, I just checked to make sure that nothing weird happened.
Oh. Okay. What did he say?
He said that nothing weird had happened, and then he kind of sounded creeped out by me a little bit.
Okay. Knowing my dad, he's a little superstitious. He gets a little spooked when it comes to that type of stuff.
Then he's gonna be nice and spooked.
Yeah. Yeah. He used to ramble all the time that he thought some witch or woman was gonna come back and like collect a piece of his fortune or some shit.
No.
I don't know.
Oh no.
So yeah.
What have you done?
That's useful information. Oh my god. For future communication.
Someone's probably not sleeping well for a while.
That's great.
Yeah. I figured he was just crazy, so I kind of hope he's squirming a little bit.
I think he will be.
It's so mean. Oh my god.
All right. For this next leg of the journey, as you're traveling on there, I'll have one more person keep the. All right, make a perception check as the one person.
I
keeping
will.
an eye.
Oh, just one? Can I help?
If you want to help, you can take advantage on that.
Advantage.
It'll take advantage.
Guidance.
I can I do guidance on this?
Yeah, it's a night watch.
Yeah.
Where in the world is Yasha Sandy?
That's 21.
21? Okay. You do notice in the far distance, to the right-hand side, about 2 days into the 3.5-day journey, a very, very faint bit of kind of long burned-out smoke, like just a light, faint trail, like a campfire or something.
How far away?
I'd say it's about a third of a mile from where you are on the main road.
Behind us or in
Did you
front of
say
us?
napalm?
It's to the eastern side of the road.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake Ford up when I see this. Ford, would you take a look at? Do you see that?
Do I see it?
You can see like there's some patches of trees and you do see the very, very faint trail of smoke, yeah.
That feels suspicious to me.
It does. It's close enough to be worrisome.
Should we, I don't know, send Not to take a look maybe? I'd wake her up.
She is so grumpy when you wake her, though.
Well, that's why I woke you up first.
Right, right. I am her favorite, after all. No.
Oh, maybe I should have woken Caleb up.
No, I think he's even grumpier in the morning. We could just, check it out.
That's what I was thinking, that maybe quietly, I'm not that quiet obviously, but we could quietly just take a look, see what's over there, who that is, if we've got a problem.
Yes, why not? Let's go.
All right.
Just you two, the two quietest.
Oh.
What reason could there not to do that? What?
I was going to
let's
wake
see it.
Not up just to have a.
All right.
Yeah, I should probably let everybody.
Hold on.
Slaves tells us
Let
it's
me
1,000
wake
graves.
Not, just so it's gentle. We don't want to disturb her too much. I'll come over and I'll very softly put my hand under Not's back of Not's head, gently lift it up, and then just drop her.
I'll disembowel you! Where are you, motherfucker?
Don't worry. We saw smoke, perhaps from a campfire, about a third of a mile away.
The rest of you are awake now.
We wanted to see if maybe you wanted to check it out and see if we were being followed.
Sure.
Do you have a nightmare? What's happening?
Yeah.
Are we killing somebody?
I don't know what
yet.
happened. My head hurts.
We think we might be being followed.
What?
There's somebody's got a campfire about a third of a mile away. We're just gonna check it out real quick, make sure it's not a problem.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just go scout ahead and send a message back.
Sure.
Third of a mile. That's too far.
It's just a campfire. It's
1500.
fine.
Send Frumpkin with you. You talk to him.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go invisible.
Okay.
About 400.
Have a good time.
And I will stealth over to them.
With advantage, go ahead and roll your stealth check.
Ooh, terrible.
Let's go.
Still 19.
Oh, still not bad. All right. Making your way across the field, kind of looming over the slight raised hill that's between you and this slight little path of smoke, you head over down into this kind of small miniature valley. And as you approach, you can see what looks to be what was probably a campfire, like a ring of stone where the smoke is emanating from. And see what looks to be like some scattered bags of refuse around the outside of it from a distance.
Scattered bags of poop.
Or trash.
Refuse.
But no one's in the camp.
But you're still approaching it.
Okay.
So you go all the way up to the camp?
Yes, please.
Okay.
By the way, did send Frumpkin, and 20 steps in, not disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
So Frumpkin is just going, I have no idea if with her or not, but is also going.
Okay.
I'm just assuming Frumpkin is right next to me.
Frumpkin is way behind you. This is nowhere near as fast as you.
Great.
You get closer and you begin to see the piles of refuse are not piles of refuse. Some of them look to be kind of scattered bedrolls. Some are bodies.
Like dead bodies, or?
They're not moving. You get a bit closer and you can see what look to be 2 horses that are on their side, torn open. Getting even closer still, the 3 bodies that are there are also slashed, bitten, torn apart, robbed of any goods. And looking at the horses, they both look like they had barding on them, or some sort of a means of they were probably attached to a cart or pulling a cart, but there is no cart present.
It's gone. Interesting. Okay. I'll turn around and look for Frumpkin.
Okay. A few moments later, you see the cat rush up to catch up.
Frumpkin, Caleb, if you can see / hear me, there are many dead bodies here. Come, I need you all.
Did Frumpkin hear? I have no idea if he's right there or not.
Frumpkin heard.
A third of a mile is like 400
nothing, yeah.
yards, 400 meters.
Let me see what the distance is on your ability here.
How many yards in a mile? 1,500?
We said we homebrewed this way back at the beginning of the campaign. It's like once Frumpkin's beyond.
You cannot communicate
I
with
can't
it.
communicate, but I can see and hear, is how we played it.
Correct. Yes,
So
that's
I
what we're going through with that, yeah.
So
Okay.
I can't tell Frumpkin to do anything at this point, but I'm
Correct.
receiving.
Mm-hmm.
So I start muttering this to Beauregard.
Oh, but it's warm inside the dome.
It's not cold out there either.
While I wait for them, I'm gonna just walk around and look for tracks or markings.
Yeah.
Make an investigation check.
Fuck you.
What is going
Oh no, did I pass
15.
it?
15.
15.
Am I letting
No,
out
I'm sorry, 13.
bad
13.
roll fumes?
Okay. Okay. So, looking around here, you do see tracks. One, you can see what look to be dragged wheels, grooves in the ground. But whatever cart was here was then removed from these said horses and then taken in a southeastern direction.
Okay. I'll follow along a little bit.
You do also looking around at the bodies. Some of it is bludgeon damage, like crushed face. Some appears to be small slashes and gash marks. You recognize in particular, just because of your previous experience, some of these are very akin to or similar to the wounds left by goblin attacks. Goblin weaponry.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Let's go. I've got my coat.
I'll wait for my friends to arrive.
Okay. He'll eventually trudge up, and you can see, but you see the array of deceased before you, and the massacre scene left behind.
Can anyone tell how long they've been here like this?
Yeah, let's check the
We
bodies.
can do like a medicine check?
Or you could raise the dead and ask.
Guidance. Guide me too. Guide me. Thank you. Damn it.
Jesus.
Wow.
Shut up.
I'll do a medicine check. Don't know about guidance. Thank you.
Oh, but I have good medicine. Well, it's still only 16 for me.
16.
Fair enough. The bodies have probably been dead for, let's say, about 6 hours?
Ooh.
7 hours or so?
Oh, I'm gonna. Does one have a face? Does any of this is the one that looks
Two of them have faces that are functional.
Working face.
Like, lax and dead cut, bloody to shit. The third one is just a mashed mess.
Can't you go for that one? So we just got like,
The one that's a mashed mess, though, does that look like it was goblins rolling with something else bigger?
Can you make an investigation check?
Yeah.
And can
What were the creatures that got attacked? Are they humans? Are they...
From what you can tell, they both appear to, the ones that are still able to make out much of their features appear to be human.
Okay.
11.
Okay.
22.
Oh, God.
There's a heavy impact into the face that crushed it.
Stone?
Appeared to be something hard. A large bludgeon, a heavy hammer, something to that degree. Or a heavy, you don't see a boulder nearby that is messy or bloody, but it definitely has that sort of impact feel to it.
Some sort of identifying armor or clothing that would say.
No armor. Look to be travelers. All their decent goods or identifying characteristics that would give you those clues appear to have been stripped from them.
sitting up the cadaver of my choice, and I'm
I'll help. I'll put my knees behind it.
casting Speak with Dead.
Alrighty.
Spoopy.
You get the younger of the two. Looks to be a man probably in his early 20s or so. A bit unshaved, like a chin beard starting to come through, but it's a little scraggly. His eyes are a little dull. Kind of a shame that he went so violently at this age. But as you complete the spell and focus on, you see the lungs fill in, and there's a slight kind of horrible groaning moan as it exhales the first time.
Hello, friend. What happened to you? What happened to your group here?
We were sleeping, and something came upon us, fast and many. Some bigger, many smaller. I couldn't see much.
What were you? Where were you headed? You and your friends?
We were on our way to Zadash from Hallfield.
You hear the hype man from the corner.
Another dead. Sorry, he's like.
No one's making it to Zadash in this episode.
Zadash or bust?
Bringing produce
Oh.
to trade. Thought we'd stay off the path for safety.
And that's the only response you get beyond that.
We want to know more about the big ones? Or...
Things that attacked you, was it just crushing blows? There was no fire, there was no magic?
I saw nothing flashy. Just screams and terrifying chuckles and the breaking of horses and men.
How many were in your party?
Those are your 3 questions.
Oh, I thought I had 5.
Oh, yeah, 5 on the start. 3 is the commute. You do have 5 questions.
It was the 3 of us.
It's the 3 of you. Is there anything else you would like taken care of? Anything unresolved? No.
You do gather as part of the nature of the spell. It's not the personality of the soul speaking through.
No.
It's the memory of the flesh.
I was curious if there was like a task at hand that had
Right.
They're gone. To be fair.
Yeah. The body goes limp and
farmers, 3 of them.
I saw a sign when we were in Allfield, a post that was saying the orcs and trolls and other vermin of the hills are picking up again. I'm assuming with all of the soldiers being moved to the...
Goblins specifically.
Oh, it was goblins. Was it... Oh, not goblins and... No trolls? No.
Just say trolls, no, just goblins.
Yeah.
Goblins and something big.
Something big.
Did the goblin tribe that you were, did they have big things they traveled around with?
We usually just had goblins with. I mean, you know, in our clan, we just had goblins, and they worked with some non-goblins, but they weren't giant creatures. There was a human.
What human?
A woman. The woman who did this to me.
Oh, right.
A mage of some sort. I don't know her. A hooded woman.
I'm gonna decompose, hit everything that's still here, and just kind of put it in the corner.
Tell me about it.
And with all the, I can't remember, I don't know if Not looked or not, but with all the wheels and the carnage, can we tell where things have been dragged in what direction?
Yes.
Yeah, you said southeast.
Southeast.
When Not was here before us? Oh, okay.
I mean, do we follow the goblins? Or is it kind of like,
No.
well, the goblins got
6
some
hours.
veggies.
Goblins go
I mean, I really would love to kill some goblins, but I'm not going to
Big
hold us
headset.
up.
Finish the rest of the night, and then we head on to Zadash.
To Zadash?
Is there the remains of a fire here that was seen from the distance? That's what alerted us that something was out here. Yeah.
Well, this was found in the morning. This is when you guys were like before consciousness of the sun had just begun to rise, and that's when you begin to notice the smoke trail.
Smoke trail.
So you've had a night's rest.
smoke,
The
not
day's
fire.
beginning. Correct. No fire.
Something to take care of, perhaps when we pass through again. We are pressed for time right now.
No.
All right.
Can I just look all over the ground just to see and make sure that nothing that was cool got left behind? Any sparklies left on the ground?
Make an investigation check from the turn.
Guide. Traveler, beware.
I'd say if you're not rummaging through things, you're looking.
I'm looking all over.
Investigation or perception, your choice.
Ah.
Wow. The tide is turning. You gave me all your bad luck.
The eagles are coming. 22.
It looks like you find 3 copper and a silver piece that seem to have not been taken by the attackers of this endeavor, but nothing
They're getting
particular. Looks like the farmers unfortunately lost their +3 vorpal sword to the goblins. They were carrying.
Too bad. Okay.
All right, you guys continue onward.
Yeah.
2 more days of travel. You head towards the Amber Road northward, the familiar space passing by the offset grave site that had once caught your attention as you made your way northward.
Oh, yeah.
Until eventually you can see, heading down into the valley, the familiar triangular outer wall shape at the base of the mountains, the city of Zadash. Bustling and colorful from this view above. It's been a while since you've been here.
Knew you would.
Just waiting for it. You make your way down towards the southern gates, the entrance to the main city. There you can see there is about 10 Crown's Guard, buffeted by an additional 10 Righteous Brand at this entryway. As you approach, to a smaller degree but familiar, a procession of people who are making their way into the city after being just looked over. It looks to not be quite as extensive as the Wuyun Gorge entryway, but they are giving kind of glances and allowing folks in one after the next. Any preparations you wish to make as you approach?
Cobalt soul vestiges.
Yeah, you want to... Wait, we don't have to be in disguise here, do we? I do, sort of.
But I think...
They've seen us before.
They've seen us before. They should know who we are. I just want to look a little bit more official. That's all.
Do our clothes that we're wearing, do they look very Jorhassian?
I assume.
Or
Yeah.
then yes, I think maybe we should not be in these clothes.
Okay. Yeah, you've gotten a few looks. You know, not like, oh my God, there's harassment, but just it's a style that's not very common in the Empire, and you know, and while you're passing through Allfield and Trostamol.
I'm going to put on my purple dress that I took from
Nicodranas.
Okay.
Yep. Just taking my coat off for now, not doing anything.
Back to my original scrubby leathers, mask of many faces.
I'll make myself look like just Veth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kobolds to look here.
You got it.
Caleb.
Yeah, it's just I could take care of myself for the day, but that takes quite a bit out of me. But I will do it.
Or you can just put on your old coat.
Yeah.
Oh, I got rid of that.
Do you want to put on one of my dresses that I brought from Nicodranas? You know what? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna look. I stole that
We're right
fancy
outside the
cloak.
walls.
Shut up. I stole that fancy cloak from the cabinet. Oh, that was.
Wasn't it like a kimono sort of?
I don't know. It's probably no better than what you're wearing.
I cast seeming.
Oh.
On
all of us?
I could, but everyone seemed to have a plan. Yeah. Does anybody want any changes for the next 8 hours or so?
I'm good.
No, my dress is really nice, so I'm okay in it.
Caleb looks the way he did the first day you met him.
Alrighty.
I'll take. You can just make my Veth last 8 hours instead of 1. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. You all make your way to the gates of Zadash. The guards kind of give you glances over.
Do we recognize any of them?
No.
From our time previous? Okay.
None of them kicked my cat.
You do not recognize the ones that kicked your cat being on this side of the city.
I've learned some things since the last time we were here.
Yeah.
I've learned a few things.
They go ahead and usher you guys past, and you make it to the main gates into the familiar city. Now arriving on the muddy cobblestone streets of Zadash, a familiar sight, though it's been a while since you visited. It's weirdly comforting. Looking around and seeing the, standard workers and citizens amongst the peasantry and the occasionally well-dressed noble making their way through, you begin to move towards the inner part of the central city of the Empire. What would you guys like to do?
Fucking Pumat's here.
Pumat's here!
Oh, we gotta go to the Cobalt Soul!
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
First thing, actually, before we even do that, the tower is, how is it?
Make a perception check.
That's pretty good. That's 21.
21. The tower is visible. It's one of the larger spires of one of the 3 tri-spires. Appears to be standing and fine from this distance.
No longer.
It's no longer at an angle. It is straight up.
Straight up, now tell me.
This might actually be a good place to go ahead and take a break. It is 9 o'clock. So as you enter the city of Zadash, kind of gathering yourselves, getting your bearings straight, and deciding which path to take as you look upon the horizon. We're going to take a break. We'll be back here in a few minutes, but before we jump in, we do have our giveaway tonight. It's nice to be back to where things happen.
Back to Zadash.
We do have, from our friends at Wormwood, the newly redesigned Hero Vault, featuring art by our friends Devin Root and Crystal Sully.
Yeah, look at that.
Dragon head design right there. This is the Crystal Sully design. This is currently available through Wormwood's Kickstarter campaigns. Go ahead and check it out to get a chance. The keyword for tonight is Homeward, Homeward, one word. Enter only once, more than once, you'll be disqualified. And once again, for folks in the US and Canada, excluding Quebec, we'll be back here in a few minutes with a winner. We'll see you in just a moment.
Yay!
Got the perfect warlock, her weapons and supplies. But you need a place to track your stuff, cause you're so disorganized. You click, open the webpage, you heard about a critical role. Now you're ready to kick some butt in a mine shaft full of no's. It's D&D, D&D Beyond, yeah, D&D, D&D Beyond. You got your stats, you got your swords, and you got your invisible wall. It's D&D,
last time on Yeehaw Game Ranch.
Yeah, I know, the mosquitoes are crazy.
Here, let me get that one.
Oh, that's so sweet. Well, today, speaking of slapping, we are playing Mortal Kombat 11, and I think this one's probably going to be...
Ahoy there! State your names and your business here on the island, yar!
I be Travis Willingham.
Yar, and I be Brian Foster. We're here to charge the game soul for the reunification of the Gameverse. Who are you?
I be Red Burb the Pirate.
Yep.
Okay.
Sultan of the Wagon Wheel Maelstrom, King of the Fractured Seas, and Prince of Yeehaw Water Ranch, yar.
Did you say Yeehaw Water Ranch? What are you doing all the way out here?
I be looking for a relic buried deep beneath the nether earth. I believe it may be here on the island, yar.
How cool, though, a pirate searching for buried treasure.
Don't patronize me, you thin-bearded joy drain! I be looking for a piece to an ancient weapon, yar.
Oh, now we're talking.
Shit, what kind of an ancient weapon?
Hey, crowbar mouth! I'm talking to my matey here.
Crowbar mouth. You said it's buried beneath the water, the nether earth?
Nether earth.
Yar, the nether earth. It's be the dark world deep below the mud and big blue.
Oh, Jesus.
The space between the Daimo and Hara.
Oh, God.
And the 6 divine makers. You must know this.
No, I don't know this. Daimor, the 6 divine makers?
Spell those names.
Well, I can't be wasting my time talking to you. It's time to find this new booty. All right, boys, hop in the dinghies and head to the shore.
What dinghy? Where's the boat?
I don't see any dinghies.
Where'd she go? 12 triggers.
I did.
Oh, you must have missed it.
I missed it. That one.
There it is.
Oh!
Are you serious?
Oh, and then, that's unnecessary.
Wow.
Oh, no! Oh, but do you have a flag?
Now, if you're thinking, watching at home, oh, these butt mashers are an absolute joke, I could handle them any day of the week, you are right.
You're correct. Yeah, we are butt mashers. What did you say?
Whoa! Whoa! Okay, I told you there was a second person.
I want to go to the bathroom and smoke some weed.
Oh!
Whoa!
I don't want that fatal blow action. No! 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 Oh wow!
Yeah, but look at how down my health
druidic.
is. Though.
Oh boy!
Yeah, but
that is some pretty Keyleth Sun.
My health is so far down, dude.
Down 4, down X. Oh,
Jesus!
Fatality! Who knew he worked at a deli?
That was, yeah, dude, eat fresh.
Oh!
Down, triangle. Down 4 times in triangle.
You
said 3 downs! You said down!
He did say down 3 times.
Down, triangle. Down 4 times in the triangle.
Pink.
D.
I'm a fan of hot air balloon rides above the Venetian countryside. I'm a fan of Momlin. She's always got my back. I'm a fan of wine older than Taliesin. I'm a fan of Twitch subscriptions. I'm a fan of emotes by Arsqueef. They're neat. I'm a fan of a wife so cool.
People forget I exist. Exist.
I'm a fan of wearing your skin as a mask.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow.
There were so many good ones that came out.
That was a lot.
Thank you. I was very proud.
Give them 10 minutes of rest and they come back swinging.
Yeah.
So, before we get back into the game, we do have our winner of the Fantastic Moment giveaway. The winner is Spectre6. Spectre_VI6. Congratulations. We'll get that to you ASAP. And enjoy your Kickstarted awesome design. So, bringing it back. You guys are heading down the streets, surrounded by the various hustle and bustle of Zadash. The Crown's Guard presence here is, as you recall, though you do see them mingled with small batches of Righteous Brand that seem to have been also given additional responsibilities watching from the streets. It feels a much more guarded atmosphere than last time you were here, except for when the war first began. So actually, the last time you left, it was about the same as where you recall, if not a little bit more bolstered. It looks like more soldiers are outside of the Marrow Keep and are kind of amongst the rest of the folk in the town.
From the numbers, just the body language, do they look like alert, frayed, maybe like a bloodbath just occurred a few days ago?
Make an insight check.
Natural 20.
Look at that CR logo.
They do appear alert. It isn't a day-to-day thing, and there are some that are, some that are just going out of business, but there is definitely a readiness to a lot of them. Probably because just the current war with the dynasty has not been recently going in the Empire's favor, and there was a recent possible attack that may have caught their attention.
They don't look like gaunt. They look like well-fed, still prepared, organized. Okay.
Is there a town crier shouting news?
Just gonna ask.
Okay, yeah. If you're listening out for that, make a perception check.
13.
Okay.
19.
19. Okay, you do hear in the distance, just a short ways into the city, some shouts off the way. It's just far enough away where you don't pick up the information, but you know the direction to go to meet up with them. And so you kind of push on horseback, not galloping through the streets, because that's generally frowned upon for the people that do cross the road often, but you pick up your pace a bit to head that direction. You do hear the crowd cry going, "Beware! Recent incursions! Attack on the Cobalt Soul! Still at large, murderers! See folks of strange mind or disposition, report to the hall!"
Strange mind of disposition.
Mind of disposition.
Oh, if you see weirdos, okay.
Go ahead and
go to the TSA and report.
Essentially,
okay.
yeah.
Well, we are just a walking red flag, aren't we?
Always.
Cool.
All right.
I'll start shouting, "War efforts successfully mounting towards the east!"
Or shit. I say to myself.
So, what would you guys like to do?
Straight for the Cobalt Soul.
The souls.
Alrighty. So you head your way to the Valley Archive of the Cobalt Soul. Passing by the familiar territory, you eventually come upon the beautiful structure of the archive, seemingly unscathed. As busy as you would expect, though it does appear like there are triple the number of Town's Guard placed around the front and side entrances. You approach.
Yep.
There's a hitching post easy enough to put your horses off to the side. You approach, and there is what looks to be a robed Cobalt researcher outside who kind of glances upon your approach. Good day. Are you looking to enter?
What's up?
Beauregard, yes.
Back.
Yeah, I think things have been a bit
Chaotic?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard.
You've heard of the attack then?
Yeah.
Right. How can I help you?
I would like to come in and talk to people.
Of course.
We have some shit to report.
Yes, this way.
Been gone a long time, you know.
Yes. Enter. Leads you inside. You head to.
Oh, sorry.
You head to the interior chamber. You see two monks that are along the floor, kind of the marble floor with brushes that are scrubbing. It's pretty clean. You don't see much of a sign of the struggle previously. They've had a number of days to recover from it, but you do you do definitely confirm with sight and the terminology that this was where the attack seemed to occur, or at least an attack occurred.
Just a slight reminder that perhaps
just
these
stare.
people might have lost someone close to them. You know, so maybe tone down the brush. You know.
Yeah, I probably lost someone close to me. Maybe.
Right. Yes.
Find out who died. All right.
Hey DM, how many days did it take to get here?
To all total would have been
You said it was a 13.
13 and a half days from Nicodranas.
Almost 2 weeks. It's not bad.
2 weeks.
Geographical.
Who can we talk to here?
I'm gonna look around and see if I can find Xenoth or who's the other guy who taught me?
All right. The one you sparred
Another
with.
guy. The one yeah.
Yeah. He was a halfling, right?
He stepped in after Dyron left.
Well, as you're having this conversation or asking around, the figure who helped you in, which looking upon it, you can see short blonde hair, appears to be half elf, leaning more on the human than half elf side a bit, young and seems a bit shaken visibly by the recent events and is just trying to kind of hold it together. Here, as you mentioned, Xenoth goes, yeah, Xenoth is recovering. He was gravely wounded in the attack. I could go and check and see if he's up for visitors.
Would you? What's your name?
I'm Galesh.
Galesh?
I've heard of you.
Really?
Yes.
What have you heard?
I've just heard you've been used as an example in conversations.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. Do me a favor, Ganesh. Ganesh?
Galesh.
Galesh. Do me a favor, Ganesh, and go check in.
Right.
Power move there. Well done.
Yeah, sets off, and you can see it. There are a number of various monks and clerics and other people that work within the archive that are just watching you all. Generally part of the business in here is to keep an eye on anybody who is an outsider. Even in the presence of Beauregard here, with recent events, there is a general nervousness and a close watch just in case. A short time goes by before Galesh returns and goes, he can speak with you if you want to follow.
Yeah. Come on.
We follow.
Yeah.
Yes, we follow.
You follow Galesh down the hallway to one of the rooms for the infirmed, which is used for injuries and generally recovery for anybody who's been hurt while people fall off ladders and stuff here occasionally. It's a very, very high tier library and things are prone to happen. But in one of the beds you can see there is Xenoth, who is still bandaged, thanks to magical healing. Terrible grievous wounds can be recovered in a short time, and based on where he's still at and the time that it's been, you gather he narrowly escaped with his life. Xenoth sits forward and says, Beauregard.
Hey, Xenoth.
I wasn't expecting to see you.
Yeah, we kind of peeked in and we saw that things were tits up, so.
Yes, it's been a problematic few weeks.
How many did we lose?
We lost 9.
Okay.
Others were wounded, myself included. I'm very, very thankful to still be here. By the grace of Ioun, I still walk among us.
Who was it that attacked you?
I'm not certain. Somebody masquerading as one of our own came through. This terrifying, murderous behemoth just began to cut through, and another, seemingly just driven by anger and madness, we were caught off guard and were forced to try and guide them to a specific chamber, and I resisted and was gutted for it. You can see he tries to sit up. There's these heavily crimson bandages across the midsection. I'm mostly recovered now. This is a bit macabre at glance, but I'm
You really
better
should get
now.
that changed if you're healed up. I mean, why are you sitting in all the blood?
It's been a few days of heavy sleep recently. But,
What chamber? What were they looking for? And what did they leave with?
well, the man said he was a representative of the Rexentrum archive on business of the war effort. Something didn't sit right when I first saw him.
Was he blonde?
No, darker hair.
Oh.
I questioned him at the repository door below, and he whistled loudly, and that was when the footfalls came of the other two. Screams, so many screams. I did not recognize him. I can show you to where he was. Bless you. I can show you to where he asked me to take him.
Yeah.
Can we help you at all?
I'm fine.
Yeah, let us help you.
He kind of leans on your shoulder a bit. It takes you out to the downward spiral staircase that leads to the subterranean repository. This is where the extremely rare, like singular copy books are kept, things that have very dangerous information that the Cobalt Soul keeps under very careful lock and key. I'm not entirely certain directly what he was looking for, was just asking to be brought here. I've been out for most of this time. Perhaps some of the other individuals can help you. They've been doing their own investigations about...
Doing an inventory of anything that
What's
might be
missing?
missing.
Yes, if you wish to ask.
Who should I talk to?
He points to any of the other amongst them in the process of like making notes and pointing through the
Do I
various tomes.
recognize the rooms at all that we're in?
This is the room where you saw Yasha at the doorway of
And him sitting at a table?
him standing at the table with a book he's been thumbing through. Yeah,
Do I remember what the book looked like?
you do.
Can I describe it to...
Yeah.
Okay.
The two of them kind of listen and they begin to thumb through, and eventually they come to a blank spot where the book is missing.
What was it?
Yeah, I hollered to somebody. What was here?
This particular tome was specifically talking about the historical significance of and record keeping of various terrifying entities that were involved in various deific conflicts. Spoke of celestial entities and angels and twisted, corrupted, and creatures and beings that were put and bound to the service of betrayer gods, as well as some of the prime deities themselves. It was cobbled together from various different sources.
An angel in irons?
I don't know if that was this particular tome. We can go and research if you like, or if you'd like to research, you
Anything
can.
about the Laughing Hand? And yes, we will be doing our research, but I figured you could give me like a footnotes version of what you have thus far.
I don't recall anything about the Laughing Hand, but my speciality is only this particular section of the room. We can't all know all the information, so we have assigned different regions of the archive that we look over specifically.
Is there anyone in the library who's specifically acquainted with this tome?
That would be me.
You? Okay.
Was there any spells, any like hints of gateways, information on where things? Do you remember any of that from this tome?
No. I mean, it was mostly folklore. It wasn't any specific studies. It was word of mouth, bits of information, historical scraps that were passed down. Many of it was just considered myth or story.
Descriptions of...
A singular book, right? And there wasn't a pair or a series of these. It was just a collection.
This one particular, and it was thin. It wasn't an extensive tome.
I know that many were lost here. Do you know how they exited? how they left?
No, just without a trace. I assume it was some form of teleportation.
Did this book cover the king that crawls?
It may have. It covered many things.
Okay, I need you.
I don't. We archive and maintain them. We do not memorize the contents of these tomes. We just know where to find them, and when the research is necessary, we go and locate them and then discover it.
Are there records of anybody else going into this book of the last few years?
We've looked into it. It hasn't been specifically looked into for at least 20 to 25. It's sparse knowledge.
The tall woman with the sword, I assume.
Yes.
Did she say anything? Did she act of her own volition, or was she commanded?
I mean, she said not a word while she was here.
She was crying.
Anyway, if you wish to look about the books here, we can assign a few aids and hopefully find what you seek.
Extremely helpful.
Yes, if anything else was reported missing besides this particular book,
We've looked over it quite extensively, and this is the only tome missing.
Fair.
What's your name?
My name is Delan. I've been here for quite some time. I
think I've met him before. No?
don't think you've met Delan.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't spend much time in the repository, so you wouldn't encountered him too often. But yes, if there's any particular topics you'd like to research, we can look into that.
Do we want to research? What are we looking for?
You have an entire archive at your disposal, so if there's anything you want to try and look up.
I just wish to.
I love it. No,
I mean, pick some topics.
Jesus.
Swamps and Jorhas.
Angel of Irons.
Yeah,
the angel.
Anything about like summoning the Crawling King? Anything about the Crawling King or?
Okay, which one? You're picking multiple topics here. Which one you want to research first?
Oh my gosh, we're treating Matt like he's Google. This is crazy.
Crawling?
I want to find a good Thai restaurant that's like at least got a 4-star. 3 miles.
I think we should look up if there's anything about the Angel of Irons, because
We don't know anything.
yeah,
Angel of Irons.
It's like a group, a cult, right? A following.
Or like it sounds like fallen angels. Fallen angels.
Okay,
or
so
sealed beings.
Angel of Irons, I would say the laughing.
The laughing hand.
Would be a,
Okay, so which one are you researching first?
Crawling King.
Crawling
Let's
King.
do that first.
All right, and who's researching that?
he's there.
Caleb!
Maybe we might find something like
I'll research that.
Okay. Yes. Make an investigation check for me.
Guidance. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to cast, I'm going to cast Enhance Ability.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to do it to Caleb.
I'm going to do
Yes.
it. I'm going to do it. It's an intelligence
Thank
check. I'm
you.
going to cast Fox's Cunning on you.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's advantage on intelligence checks for you.
And the same.
You're doing the same for Caleb? All right.
All right.
And guidance.
And guidance. Okay, thank you.
Wait, let me double check and make sure guidance is not a...
It's concentration.
Oh, never mind. No guidance for you.
Okay. Investigation, you said?
Correct.
16.
16, okay. You do find a number of books that refer to Torog. Torog the Crawling King, the dark god of the endless tunnels and caverns beneath Exandria. Torog is the patron of torturers, slavers, and jailers across the realms. His violent tears carve the pathways into the world, and his realm of imprisonment is a network of deadly caves and manacles from which few return. Creatures that wander the desolation of Carceria often construct prisons in his image.
Crosseri?
Carceria.
Carceria.
Carceri. Those who rob others of their freedom offer prayers to him in cellars and other subterranean domains, and many creatures who live in the darkness below worship him and seek his guidance. He is said to have been banished within an unknown sliver of the Far Realm, where he now borders the deepest pits of the Underdark, where the boundaries between worlds grow thin and birth terrible abominations bent on subjugation.
To a sliver of the Underdark or a sliver?
Sliver of the Far Realm that borders the deepest pits of the Underdark.
Borders so Underdark to get to.
We were just in a part of the Underdark where there were big ass gate. Somebody got squished.
Borders.
I don't think we were in the Underdark in this campaign. We're underground, but not
All right.
Underdark.
And there are many tales of battles and wars, including the one where Torog was initially banished by a union of
Pelor the Dawnfather and Ray the Everlight.
Right.
That managed to push him beyond the boundaries of Exandria into the Far Realm, where he has supposedly remained to this day.
Where is the Far Realm?
Yeah, what's the far
What
realm?
is that? Is that another dimension or a place?
If you would like to, for you, I'd say go ahead and make a. You can either make a religion or arcana check for you.
And are you reading privately or are you like sharing with a group as you go?
If it's a,
I would be yelling.
you get
shit out.
advantage on it. By the way.
Still intelligence.
Use Valian.
Enhanced ability gives what?
You have advantage on any intelligence-based ability check.
Oh, cool.
For an hour.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wait. Not investigation, but religion. 18.
Religion is wisdom, I believe, right? Or is it intelligence?
No, intelligence.
Intelligence? All right, never mind. Sorry, you're right.
18.
18. The Far Realm is been studied as much as it can. It is a space, a plane outside of the general spheres of known existence that is so alien, that is so strange and dangerous that to peer deep into it is to welcome madness into the mind.
I want to go there now.
Let's go there next.
It is said those who nightmare on its borders sometimes dream things into being.
Ooh.
Terrible, formless, ancient creatures that may have existed before Exandria itself.
That's exactly what they're trying to do, right? Like dream him back, maybe.
There are such creatures as beholders and aboleths, and things are theorized to have been spawned from or originated from the Far Realm.
Whoa.
People's nightmares?
Creepy.
To the Far Realm!
Sure, what could possibly go wrong?
Dream things into existence. So wait, it said you have to get there by a way through the Underdark? Or it's like borders? There's a sliver that
There's a
borders-
sliver, there is a boundary of it supposedly that is bordering the very, very subterranean base.
There's a crack 20,000 leagues under the sea that touches it.
Does it give any indication of where that crack is?
No.
What else are we researching?
Yeah, what else are we researching?
I would like to I ask any terms you have on the individuals trying to make use of the demonic or greater things, or trying to, I guess in general history, intrepid individuals trying to harness greater power.
The monk that was assigned to you goes, that's many. That's a lot. That's like most of the Age of Arcanum. You might want to narrow it a little bit. That's like be a little more specific. It's a lot of reading.
How about a book that centers on the worst people?
The worst people. That's relative.
People who have done the most terrible things, who have tried to summon terrible things from beyond, illicit acts, summoning demons.
There's many. I can point you to a. You can make an investigation check.
Sure.
In the Google search bar, bad people.
Who have tried to abuse things.
Bad people who have abused people.
See the 19th century.
27. So many. So many. History is filled with bad people that have summoned creatures and demons and entities all over. There are cults all over the world that have done this.
I know, you're right.
There are warlocks and there are mages who are all through history, for whether it be for good or for evil, have tried to bind creatures like this to their will. Some successfully, some not. Especially when the Betrayer Gods walked the realm as well. There are many cabals that were built to the Betrayer Gods, as well as the demon princes of the Abyss. It's a dizzying amount of information.
How about people who have served the Crawling King?
People have served the Crawling King. Interestingly enough, most of those that have been, their names are stricken from history or haven't been recovered. And a lot of individuals, aside from like a handful of definitive mages from the Age of Arcanum, they haven't either recovered it. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is it's still a very broad topic. I I could sit here and make up shit for 20 minutes and tell it at you.
Every time I talk books, I do not want you to.
No, of course, but
monologue for
I was hoping to find a Board Panda link to the 10 worst.
Right.
Yeah.
You do not discover anything possibly pertinent to the things that you're seeking at the moment. I'll put it that way.
What about the Abyss? What about... Didn't we see an image of Baphomet? Baphomet? Is that a thing?
The language was all like an abyssal that was then scratched out with celestial over top of it.
I would like to know a bit more about Baphomet, actually.
Baphomet?
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and...
King of...
Roll an investigation check.
Shadows.
Okay, so an hour has passed for the 2 pieces of research you guys have done, so you'd have to recast if you want to.
Okay. I'll cast is like on who else is researching stuff?
I mean, you should have me.
I'll research Baphomet.
I'll do it at level 4 and get all 3 of them.
Oh, okay, great.
We'll have one more round.
Just applied for a library card.
All right. Fun. This is new. Bap, each of you on the head, you've got an hour of intelligence advantage.
Yes.
Or we could, yeah.
And now I can bless you.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's crazy.
So, who is researching what? You're doing Baphomet, you said? Go ahead and roll an investigation check with advantage.
Guidance.
It's under B.
That's really good.
And
That's
then
a natural 20.
Add a D4.
Oh.
Natural 20. Plus D4.
Natural 19
Plus-
and a natural 20.
Wow. Add a D4 anyway.
Oh, okay.
I want to see what this number ends up at.
Okay.
26. Wow, that's 30.
30.
Yes.
He rolled a 30.
Damn. Alrighty, let me go pull up some of this information you guys are asking about here. Hold on a second.
Matt does about it now.
Probably.
Start making it up. So think about where we're going next.
Already. Hold on a second. I gotta go find my information here.
We have an opportunity to learn about a few things we don't know anything about, though.
That's true. And you have a lot of things that you've picked up throughout your adventures, or things that might pertain to what happened here that you can research as well.
Dodecahedron, yeah.
Should we research that?
And the gentleman.
We could look it up.
There wouldn't be anything in the history books about a temporary and new location of a hidden time.
No, but it could maybe.
Talk about the Lexus.
All right, so you do know Baphomet is the demon prince of beasts, is what he's referred to, and is considered the master of minotaurs and other demonic bestial creatures. Lives on his own planet, the Abyss, often rivaling with Yognu. Yognu who? Yognu. It's pronouncing it's fucked up. Thanks. Demon names are great, which you've heard before. That was the. It's kind of the demonic Knoll Lord, to where the Knoll cultists that you met.
Yeah.
That's what Allfield were worshiping.
That's right. I knew I recognized that name.
Yeah.
But it's just essentially this patron entity to many like man-beast creatures that put their worship and interest towards more abyssal powers.
It's a god?
It's a demon prince, which is not a god.
Of beasts. Also not a devil.
More abyssal shit.
Yeah,
More
it's
abyssal
abyssal,
shit.
not hell.
But someone that they could summon, possibly?
Or that he's like working for. What?
Okay.
What else?
I was going to say, you guys still have two more research. We have 2 more research tokens, basically.
Yeah.
Well, let's research.
Luxon? The Dodeca?
I want Angel of Irons because we just don't know
Angel of
anything.
Irons, and then I would like to do like a geography check on maybe some shit.
Okay. I mean,
do we need a geography check?
No.
you have many things you can research here.
I'd like to research the origins of the Kryn Empire, their religion, and its origin.
We'll do the Angel of Irons.
Okay. Make an intelligence check.
Guidance.
Bless, guidance, bless, inspired.
Guidance.
30.
Whoa!
Okay.
What is this investigation you said?
Yes.
Okay. 22 for me.
22 for you. Okay. Got it. All right. So, from from what you can find that's kept here, it speaks of the beginning of the Drow, and the creation under Lolth, the Spider Queen, during the the later stages of the founding and throughout the Age of Arcanum. It is thought that the Kryn, at some point during or the tail end of the Age of Arcanum, at least the den that began this movement, broke away from Lolth's influence and to some degree had managed to or began to build this religion around some unknown, unconfirmed light entity. Most of the notes speak of it with dubious interest, debating whether or not it's actually a god, and fearful that such entities that have no historical record could be fronts for other entities, or can just be an excuse to bind the people together under a single ruler.
So the point of view of the author is one of skepticism towards whatever.
Most things here are written from a standpoint of what information they can grasp, with a little bit of kind of intellectual footnotes on the side, with given some opinions here and there, but they're not given as fact. The opinions are very much opinions of the author and are noted as such. There has been, it speaks of challenge in finding historical record. There has been very little communication or very minor collaboration with the Kryn. Before this conflict ever happened, there have been meetings. It isn't like the Empire and the Kryn never met before. It's just always been like a we stay here, you stay here type thing. And they've had attempted conversations and no peace talks. There's no war before, but there has definitely been conflict at the borders. There have been discussions and agreements to basically keep to their side of things for an extended period of time, and some attempts at trading information and goods, but largely a general mistrust from one side or both has prevented those from going too far. They appear to be very guarded about their religion to those they don't trust, but they do speak of the Luxon. They speak of some of these similar ideas of what you've been told before, of this light entity that supposedly existed before all gods and is like the one prime entity of which all other deities pale by comparison. It speaks of conversations of dunamancy, but only in the sense of people who've witnessed it, people who have seen the power that it has. And there are newer notes based on recent battles that have happened in fresher ink, and notes placed in some of the latter pages that speak on more examples of the terrifying power that it holds, the manipulation of gravity, of space, being able to fracture realities, and people talking about manipulation of time and momentum. As far as the religion goes, you don't learn that much more than what you already know. You probably have a pretty decent first-hand account based on the experience you had there, and the fact that a lot of the information is still being carefully guarded from within the dynasty.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You, Angel of Irons. There are some notes in here.
Nope.
Speaking that the Angel of Irons, in one book you find, that speaks of cults, specifically cults and strange fringe worship. Speaks of the Angel of Irons as a relatively new obsession of a sparse cult, not more than 40 years old.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Very little is known, as even worshippers are kept in the dark about their patron. What is known is it is something of celestial iconography and imagery mingled with twisted chains, known to have come to its followers in visions, speaking of being bound in shadow and seeking followers to, and the one quote that's given here is, release the fanes that hold its shackles.
Release the what?
Release the fanes that hold its shackles.
What are fanes? Yeah.
A fane is a place of power, a location of importance and considered kind of natural ability and power.
Like a ley line?
Or like
to a degree.
Person? Or like a being?
It can be interpreted in different ways.
Okay.
Source.
Power. While not part of this book, things you begin to pick up on other elements there, the chain motif catches your mind. Whether related or not, the chain motif is also commonly threaded through another entity, one of the betrayer gods known as the Chained Oblivion, which is the mad god Tharuzadun.
We heard about that
Weather represent?
before,
Yes,
right?
we did.
Yep.
Yeah, he a big one.
Described as darkness unending, a malevolent entity unlike any of the other betrayer gods, whose
What was his
terrible
name
dreams
again?
bring the endless... Tharizadun, whose terrible dreams bring the endless depths of the abyss into being. Ayun actually led the charge against this entity's reemergence long ago.
That's what
her success leaving her greatly wounded, and a wound that will never heal.
Right.
We got some
Right.
secret cult members out there who are trying to bring all
the
these
library of their arch.
Of their
nemesis?
arch nemesis, yeah. Because Ayun is the official god of Cobalt Soul.
The Rizadoon, huh?
Rizadoon.
There's lots of dooms.
Can we pick up some anti-Tharizadoon potions at Pumat's?
Are there any other things you want to research? People, places, anything?
While they were doing all this, can I have looked up just general knowledge about magic dealing with rebirth or reincarnation or resurrection sort of magic?
Make an intelligence check or an investigation check.
Natural one.
Oh, no.
But with guidance, it's a 4.
You feel a bit lost in this library. You weren't a huge reader of tomes, books and things that came to you in Felderwin, which generally a little more common. But these are archaic and read in very archaic ways, and you find yourself unable to really find anything that catches your interest, unfortunately.
I'm going to look up anything about the traveler.
Sure. Roll an investigation check.
There's nothing about him because he's not real.
Guidance.
This whole time, I'm reading a book about the traveler and she's reading a book about reincarnation.
She's going, shit.
Not right. Oh, well.
I just can't find shit, huh?
Unfortunately, you can't find any books that seem to
That's
mention.
fine. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm gonna draw some dicks. And I'm gonna write, have you ever noticed how old books make you have to poop? In the bottom of one of the books. And then in another one, I'm going to put Captain Tusktooth. And then in another one, I'm going to draw the fucking traveler.
Do old books?
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
Being in libraries?
Being in libraries?
Yeah, definitely.
They make you have to poop.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're in the stack study, you gotta take a dump.
Dude, there's like a condition that if you are at like Barnes and Noble or something,
Barnes and Noble bell.
people have to poop a lot at bookstores. Guidance. Oh, I didn't guide myself.
That was a
That's
whole,
okay. It's a 20.
20?
That was a long walk.
Okay. And this was looking up. Sorry, remind me again. It was.
This was drawing dicks.
Drawing dicks. Got you.
Yes.
Thank you. My brain is
When in
places. Though you are under watch, though there is a member of the archive watching you carefully, you definitely kind of cough and cause another book to fall off a table nearby and catch their attention. While they go to pick it up again, you quickly doodle in the side there, close it over, set it aside. No one seems to notice.
We've exercised everything here, yes?
Should we ask? I don't know. Should we ask about like what I heard Oban say that
What did
he
he-
read out loud?
What did he say?
I can't remember.
Oh, the
I
poem
can't
thing?
remember, but
Let lie the king's instrument. That sort of stuff.
the thing
like
that he
from-
said out loud.
From the.
His whole
That he was reading
ritual
out loud.
that
Was
he did.
reading something out loud
When he did
Like,
ritual or when he was
from the
scribe?
ritual or the scry from yesterday?
from the scry when he
From the
was
scry.
reading a book or something. When I scried on him.
Right. Let me go ahead and pull that up real fast. None of you guys wrote it down. I can go ahead and find that.
I feel like I.
Of course you wrote it down.
Yeah, of course you wrote it down. But it was just very fast and so.
That's all good. I got it right here.
He said Komorda. Geysers. That's what I wrote down.
No, that's not it. Here we go. He said, Jor-El's remains were bisected, the heart buried within the Lotus Den, and the skull entrusted to the elves within the Velethul.
Yeah, see, that seems important.
It seems we have some questions to ask, my dear orphan maker. Come hand, let us find you a new friend.
Let's ask where those
Yeah,
two
I'm gonna
places
ask,
are.
I'm gonna repeat that to
Okay.
the people there and see if that maybe makes sense to them.
Would you like to research it then?
Yeah,
Who would like to help?
gilded lily thing. That's not what it was.
You don't want me to
No, no, you don't want him.
Should I cast Enhance
My
Ability?
investigation's +6, so somebody.
I'll do it.
I'm gonna cast.
Wait, I'm just trying to find a book.
Mine is also.
No, I'm
You should
good.
look up
He's
those
good at it.
locations or
The
find.
locations.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Lotus
cast
Den
Enhance Ability
and
on Caleb, and he should look it up.
Okay, what's she looking at?
Jor-El.
Okay, Jor-El. All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna
Nick.
cast it at what 4th level, so you all get bonus again.
Cool.
And then
So you guys can all
look up the
research
Lotus
a bunch
Den.
of shit.
Look up.
Lotus Den. What was the other location that was in there?
Velethul.
Oh, that's the elf shit, right?
Yeah.
Veluthil, sorry, Veluthil.
27 on the Lotus Den.
27.
Are you guys giving yourself guidance?
Great.
Guidance?
Yes,
Guidance?
27 on Jor-El.
Whoa.
Was it?
27 also on
27.
Jor-El.
Okay. Lotus Den is a location to the south of Jorhas.
Okay.
Is it swampy?
It's a greenwood. It is surrounded by somewhat swampland. It is a darkened wood that is uncharacteristic of a lot of the more parched regions of northern Jorhas. Some folks do apparently live in there. There is a culture of folks in what's called Charis, a more natural city. It seems to be more druidic in nature. Often a split between the Lotus Den halflings, which are called the region home, and recent dragonborn that escaped the destruction of Draconia that have also made it home as well.
Lotus Den Greenwood. It's done.
Right.
The woods are dark, they are dense, and it has many, many myths and tales that speak of regions of it that are cursed, where the woods themselves move without notice and shift, as well as other dangers and creatures that call it home.
There's some big ass runes on the Lotus Den Greenwood that I know we've translated before. I'm just pointing it out.
I know.
These are
That's
big
written
ones.
down somewhere. We've retranslated those runes.
You were researching Jor-El.
Yeah.
All right. Jor-El.
Jor-El.
The name, Jourrael, referred to as the Caedogeist. Caedogeist.
Caedogeist.
The Caedogeist. Jor-El was a chosen assassin of Lolth, the Spider Queen. Exalted through an arrangement with Asmodeus during a brief era of unified interest.
Jesus. I can cry out loud in the library.
That's real bad.
Jor-El was a nightmarish specter who walked through wall and mountain like water. Known colloquially as the inevitable end, Jor-El could not be completely destroyed unless the contract of the agreement between Lolth and Asmodeus was destroyed. In the bloodshed at the end of the calamity, attempts to suss out this answer failed, so the body of Jor-El was sundered and sealed apart in secret.
They're waking up that person too.
Oh, shit.
We're waking up the horsemen of the apocalypse.
Oh,
Right, and Jor-El, he said his body was bisected and put under two different places. Is that what we're
That seems
figuring
to be
out?
what
The case?
Oban
No,
was
he's trying
referring
to put it
to.
together.
Two places?
Well, he said his body was bisected.
So one of them is in the Lotus Den.
And the other is in
But wait.
Velethun.
What is Caduceus? Aren't you guarding the body? Aren't your family guarding the dead body of a fallen warrior or something?
I mean, technically, but it was trisected, not bisected.
So it's definitely not the same. That's just.
I would find that very
different.
Unlikely.
Yeah, big difference between 3 body parts and 2.
It's an ancient warrior.
Also a Lothian
Similar.
assassin terror versus the holy warrior that was given rest under the Wraith.
Died during the. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
Oh God.
whole nother thing.
Does that mean they've already got both parts of it then?
What was the quote again?
The quote was, Jor-El's remains were bisected, the heart buried within the Lotus Den, and the skull entrusted to the elves within the Velethul.
Elves and the Veluthil.
And you're researching Veluthil, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and what was your roll on
It
that?
was a 22.
22.
Get a girl.
Veluthil.
Right. No. Sorry. That was an old roll. It was a 15.
15. Okay. Veluthil, not difficult to find, was the historical name of what is now known as the Savalier Wood.
Oh, right. We already knew that. We already knew that.
Yes. It was the name of the forest before the corruption of Malleus Mir, and the entire forest itself was rendered under perpetual darkness and
Right, you couldn't, like, live
rolling
there.
disaster. Yes.
Right.
So somewhere there was an ancient city of elves that have this artifact.
The elves.
And are the elves still there? They are, right?
No, it is a ruin, and
It's a
the
ruin.
city is still considered. It's like Chernobyl,
It's like Chernobyl.
like after Ground Zero, but but still not habitable at all. Currently, what you do know about it is some Uthodurnian interests do go in and out of the ruins. In fact, Rini had done some expeditions there.
Right.
Also, Shady Creek Run has a lot of interest there. The Trebane family specifically.
Wait, what has interest there?
Some of the families
In Shady
Creek Run. The Trebane family specifically is a focus in antiquities and trying to smuggle things out of there. And to a smaller degree, the Jagantoths on occasion. But the Trebane family specifically, their main business lies in trying to get in there and smuggle as many goods out as they can from the ruins and sell them generally southward.
Yeah.
So whatever private interests have the coin.
So it's in the Savalier Woods, so it's still dark, it's still fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And you know this from how long you've lived in the Blooming Grove.
Sure.
Even just 10 miles northward of where you grew up is considered a no man's land by how you were raised. It is considered far too dangerous to venture towards.
So Joriel's heart is at the Lotus Den, and
The skull.
The head is
at
at Veluthil.
Yeah. So he's already gotten the heart?
We don't know that.
Probably.
Looking for the heart at Liam.
They're looking
Last
at
time we
the
checked,
heart.
he was
enough.
at the swampland.
But who knows? They might have already gone to the wood. It had been a couple days.
It's a pretty big place.
I'm going to scry on them right now.
Yeah.
On
Yasha.
Yasha. Okay.
Thank you. Are you enhancing my ability?
Yeah. Well, you can't do it till. Yeah. I'm giving you guidance. Oh,
If you enhance my ability, I'll
possibility.
get a perception check.
all right. That's fair then. I'll
Okay.
burn another.
Second level?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Pick one of the good d20s.
Shut up.
There are none.
There's none left.
That can't be possible with her.
No. I'm having faith in mine.
All right. You focus here in the center of the archive, closing your
Drop down
eyes.
on my knees in the middle of the library.
Like light breeze begins to blow through the space, though the windows are closed. Which you particularly pick up as interesting. Familiar signs depending on who is toying with somebody's current interest and focus. You sense the presence of the traveler come to you and say, "Don't mind the books. They'll write your name in time, alongside mine. But for now, let's look elsewhere." Clasps his arms on your shoulder, and you feel your vision drift and push once more out through cloud and sky, suddenly hitting dense foliage. Heavy vines, thick root and tree, soft, overgrown forest floor where fallen elements of plant life seems to rot and gather into soft underbrush. There you see, pushing through, Yasha, cutting branches as they get in the way. Oban, cloak and hood down, laughing hand taking out full, trees at the side as they begin to tumble over. I see one of the trees begin to uproot. They begin to turn towards him. Oban just kind of looks and snaps his fingers and points. Laughing hand turns around and just shreds this tree in 3 wide swipes. The tree kind of seems to give out a low groan as it crumbles backward. Make a perception check.
Come on, Laura.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. 19?
19, okay. You gather from the light from the northern end, they've only just recently made it through the edge of the tree line.
Okay.
So they seem to have only just begun to enter wherever they are.
Okay.
You also notice at the base of Yasha's neck, as she slashes through some of these branches, a very, very faint kind of orange glow right at the base of the skull that kind of peeks through some of her hair as it swishes past and out of the way.
She's jacked in.
A very faint orange circular ember.
Here's the traveler. Does this make you nervous at all?
Everything about this makes me nervous.
Do I see anything else of interest? Does it look like they're still in the swamp, the Lotus Den, or?
It looks like they're pushing out of the swamp and into some sort of the wooded space.
Okay. Okay.
It's still sloshy with some feet.
It feels like they're like at the Lotus Den still.
Possibly. It is still damp with each footfall. Okay. Like the marsh is receding into the heavier wood, which is kind of what you notice as the tree line shifting into it. So there's still like that weird like wet sucking sound with footfalls.
Does it look like Oban is happy? Does it look like?
Yeah. Does he look frustrated?
Yeah. Does he look frustrated, or does he look like he's accomplishing?
Make an insight check.
Insight check.
Wisdom,
Devil.
still, that's good. Okay. Okay. 19 again.
19 again. As you kind of glance about, they're all pretty clustered and kind of like shoulder to shoulder, prepared as they push forward through this jungle. He looks a little frustrated, if driven. Like looking about, trying to just take in the surroundings. Their movement over the next 10 minutes or so seems not wholly driven or focused.
Okay.
So you get the sense that he is essentially stabbing in the dark in what he thinks to be the right direction.
Okay. Okay.
Roll another perception check for me, please.
BGBs. God, how do I keep rolling the same number? 17.
17, okay. You do also notice at his side what looks to be a bag that hangs about a foot off his belt, and it looks to contain something roughly spherical.
He's got the head. Or the heart. No, the head.
He's got the head already.
So they just need the heart.
Yeah, we're going to the fucking Lotus Den, y'all.
How do we get there really fast? Thousands. There's no.
We're in the Cobalt Soul, man.
I have a side question too. While Jester's doing this and everyone is focused on her, can Caleb spend all that time just reading the spines of books and seeing if there's anything that triggers his mind about his favorite hobby?
Define favorite hobby.
You know what I'm talking about.
Masturbating.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Am I still in the act? Yeah, masturbating. Jacking off.
There's a whole. You're in the wrong library.
The Peter Tingle.
I spent many nights with Caleb. He's 29. A vigorous
29.
master debater.
Okay. There are two hobbies of yours. I need to know which direction.
And time.
There is the one that is the focus of your craft.
Yeah.
And kind of some of your goals there, or there is the alternative one.
The alternative.
Okay. Looking about, there are discussions of magic altering the flow of time. Mm-hmm. There are discussions of many different spells that have been developed that specifically brings mentions of like slow and haste, and eventually like such powerful spells as Time Stop. Those are easily accessible. There are rituals that have been attempted. that have been, cobbled together, arcanists of the highest level, archmages, when you reach a certain point, begin to question their limits and find new ways to weave the world around them. Sometimes it's a fool's errand and it doesn't meet their expectations. Sometimes they tap into something they can't control and destroy themselves. And there are talks of some mages that have attempted to push the flow of time to the reverse. And those who have attempted it were never seen again.
And do any, last question, because I want to move forward in the story. Do any of those books and those instances talk about places or where those things were done?
One of them speaks of tales passed down from, let me see, there would be, I'm trying to remember the actual name of the location. The name escapes me at the moment, but the magocracy that ran the floating land that was the seed for the Empire, one of their top mages had hoped when they were losing their war against the gods, and you do recall that there were many kind of mortal societies at the time that had embraced the power of both, the scientific mind and the arcane arts, and believed that the gods were a stepping stone, or their creators had now been essentially become old news and were meant to be destroyed and ascended. And there were wars waged from arcane against divine sources of magic. In a brief stint in history, the prime deities and the betrayer gods did call a truce because some of these powerful nations began to hunt the gods that supposedly created them. And that led to a swift demise to most of these societies. And that's where the ruined nation that where Zemnian and that whole element comes from was destroyed in. But one of those mages in that, one of the top archmages of that society was supposedly researching this specific thing and had pulled all of his resources and had gathered this large ritual in which he was hoping to go back and find a way to change the fortune of this conflict and inform himself of the coming strategy of the combined deities and try and basically give them the edge to win that war, and was never seen again.
Starring Scott Bakula.
Ziggy!
Oh boy.
Okay, good, done, thanks.
Wait. Caleb, can you learn other teleportation circles here? Can you, do they have them listed or something? Can you?
Is it like calling a phone number?
I don't know if it's the yellow pages for locational circles.
Can you ask?
I'll talk to Xena.
At least the other Cobalt solely places?
Here. Maybe they have one here.
Is there anything or anyone else you want to research before you head out?
No.
I just need to talk to Xena.
Okay, no worries, up to you.
You ask.
All right. Xenoth?
Any luck will help.
He kind of comes back and finds you in the middle of the archive. Yes, you had a question.
We need access to the teleportation circle.
For, where do you intend to?
Ruins of Draconia, Dreamoth Ravine, Lotus Den Greenwood.
Yeah, and also if you have any, do we keep record of other teleportation circles? Can you learn of the sigils of other circles here, or do you have to physically be there?
We generally do not, for the worry that it could be abused.
Mm-hmm.
But where are you planning to go?
We want to follow these people that attacked us here. We have run-ins with them in the past and information, and we think we are fairly equipped to track them down.
Who are these people, if I might ask? I don't even know the names of our attackers.
The one who seems to be the leader of this particular band is named Oban.
He's the dark-haired guy.
Seems to be obsessed with raising these entities from the times of the calamity.
A devil.
And he's going to go ahead and try and research that himself,
Easy.
actually.
Really pretty powerful devil.
Natural 19. Okay.
We killed
He's
him.
a devil,
and
but
not
he's
dead.
raising, or seems to be infatuated with these demons. He ended up raising this monster called the Laughing Hand.
I'll get to that. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
And he goes and pulls one book out and kind of dusts it off a bit and opens it. And this one has a language on the cover that you don't recognize. Do any of you speak Abyssal? Or know Abyssal?
No.
Well,
Yash does.
Oh, I will in 10 minutes.
Or is he reading over his shoulder?
He's actually going. You're looking over his shoulder, and he begins to pour through, and it looks like he can read it.
Oh, okay. He's fine.
He goes through, and he goes, there is mention of a name Oban here. It speaks of a servant of Grazd, the Dark Prince of the Argent Palace, within the abyssal domain of Azatar.
Servant of Grazd?
Grazd. Grazzt.
Have we heard that before?
It says, Oban was once called Grazd's Master of Wills, but it is said here that he was then shamed and destroyed after a terrible failure to his lord, and that's where the end of his footnote is. It's very small.
Chained and destroyed?
Shamed and destroyed.
Shamed.
Closes the door.
Well, he's... Yeah, but he's not
back now.
destroyed. He's back.
And then the
I'll amend it. Takes out and puts another note in to amend the note.
the laughing hand is the...
And then, yeah, anything about the Laughing Hand? Man, there's a lot of demons and shit.
Would somebody like to help him research this?
Oh yeah, guidance.
Sure.
On him, and
Are you helming it, or is he helming it?
I'll help. I'll give him advantage on helmet.
All right.
give him guidance.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for guidance. All right. Yeah, you roll for guidance.
Okay. 2.
All right. It takes the better part of another hour and a half, but he does manage to pull a small book, this one also pertaining to Torag specifically. It looks like it's an annex to the one that was researched earlier when you first arrived. But he pulls out the book and finds a section that says, the Laughing Hand was once a warrior named Ganix, who sought to strike down Torag with his army. His soldiers were slaughtered and himself captured and tortured. Torag twisted and cursed his body to an endless cycle of servitude, his ever-living heart locked beyond the veil to ensure an eternal pact. And he kind of rummages through the rest of the pages and is about to close the book. And he goes to the very back and sees some of the fresher notes and goes, all right. It says here, the rumor has it that his heart was set adrift in extraplanar space to ensure it was never found, though numerous arcanists were said to have sought it for their own research. So is this the one?
Yeah.
One that did this? And he points to his stomach.
Yeah, that's the one.
But if you find him, will you do me the honor of, what's the phrase the kids say? Fucking it up?
Yeah, I would be happy to.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
His heart, huh?
Can I ask who all perished in the attacks? Anyone that I know?
He leads you through all the different names, and 2 of them were students you trained with. And then others were people that you had maybe had passing knowledge of, but nobody that
Medir?
specifically.
Medir? That was the other one that chained me.
Medir was not on that list.
Okay.
Is there a teleportation circle here?
Yeah.
Can we learn
Teleportation
it?
circle. Can we learn it?
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Can I guide you?
You may.
You're just guiding everybody.
Look, yeah, my
I'm
hands.
about to convince you.
I'm just
Jesus.
hands everywhere.
Yeah. 12.
12. Can I go like?
No one likes us. No one likes us.
Yeah, just this once, because you're going after these things.
Yeah, just this once. Totally.
not supposed to offer it up to people who aren't of the archive, but follow me.
I'm an expositor now, so.
Are you?
I'm just going to ask, can you take a horse through a teleportation circle?
Can we take a horse or
Can we take our horses?
Maybe we don't push the horses. But
we ride the horses through the.
Where are we going?
Why we're going to bring the horses into the Cobalt Soul?
No.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
You can see Xenoth going like,
They were 75 gold each.
okay. I'll have to be creative when writing up my paperwork. Get your horses.
Hey, Wild Hair, while the horses are being fetched, could I approach Xenoth quietly and say, do you have any writings on the Traveler? A being known as the Traveler?
I believe so, yes. Goes and takes the familiar book of recent cults, the one where the Angel of Irons was annotated, and there is another subsection there. And hands it to you and says,
Name of that book somewhere.
Small enough.
It's very brief.
I think it's just more of a recent phenomenon.
Yeah.
Seemingly benevolent at the moment, but sparse and strange. At first we thought it was a mass hallucination, but apparently there's enough over distances where there's some thread to it, but I worry.
Deity? Something? But you have heard of this individual?
Well, I passed through it in my research, but I just knew where to find it, so the information's there on the page.
Is there any account in the brief amount here of witnessing displays of the power of the Traveler?
No, all of them are secondhand accounts from people that appear to be proselytizing his power and joy and capability.
Interesting. Thank you. Where are those horses?
Do you want to go?
Where are we going?
We're going to the Lotus Den.
Yeah, but we can't just bamf there. We have to bamf to somewhere else with a teleportation circle.
Yeah, what's the closest circle?
I wanted to know what those rooms
Which
are
is
on
the
map.
Jor?
Do we have those?
I mean, the closest one we know
write
is
that
Jorah.
down.
Yeah.
You wrote that down, right? With the
runes?
What the runes mean?
What the runes mean? I don't know if I wrote them down.
But we did translate them.
You did.
I'll find them for you.
Thanks.
Is that
So wait,
very
where's the
close to
Lotus
where we're going?
Lotus Greenwood. The ruins are right there. It's just a whole wooded area. The ruins of Draconia over here. If there was.
Well, the teleportation circle we have here, it's a direct. We have multiple that go to different locations. We have one that goes to our archive in Rexentrum, and we have one that goes to our archive in Point Tamali. We have one that leads to the Cobalt Reserve in Taldore. We have one that leads to one of the more recently established ones in Vasselheim. Which one specifically are you looking to
Vasselheim?
cover? Yes.
Oh.
And in Draconia.
I've never heard of that place.
Anything in Draconia?
In Draconia?
No, Draconia has been gone for 2 decades.
Rosanna?
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, we have no specific dealings with the dynasty, especially under these times.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can just take us back to Jorhas whenever you want.
That is correct.
But we want to see
Quietly,
this.
we say
But
very
we want to
quietly.
see this
wanna see
one.
this one.
So we can get back to it, right?
Let's go check it out. Mm-hmm. Make sure it'll fit our horses.
Yeah.
Rexentrum, perhaps.
Go check it out.
All right, this way then. And he, still helping them kind of along, kind of leans on your shoulder a bit. He leads you towards another downward staircase, maybe about a 2-minute walk away from the one that leads to the repository, the subterranean repository. There it goes into a hall, a circular chamber that goes into multiple rooms. And in each of these doors, you can see marked as the locations of these various archives of the
So
Cobalt Soul.
organized.
Opens the door to the Rexentrum one. But in the center of the room, there is a sigil that you recognize as the base sigil. This is where all the other teleportation circles that probably are part of this network all come back to.
Yeah.
So you look at it,
See it.
memorize it in your head. To Rexentrum, then.
Oh, that's quick.
Hey!
Which, by the way, as you guys came through the library on horseback, and this giant marble hall with open space, the echoing sound of, multiple horses kind of coming through, every single person there stopped what they were doing and just watched as you slowly.
Let's hope those horses
meandered.
didn't shit.
I explained to the horses.
A couple of them did.
Yeah, I'll explain to the horses what's about to happen. I think they're agreeable.
The stomachs, however.
Sometimes
you gotta go.
I didn't say they couldn't poop.
Of course we want to do stuff here, but if we go to Rexentrum real quick, you could learn the sigil there, and then we could always get there.
That's true. And then come back
and then we
to
could just come right back here.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Zenith,
Yes?
might be a quick round trip.
Build the fucking waypoints.
Just gotta, just real quick. Just wait here.
We'll be right back with horses. Actually, only a couple of us need to go. Well, whatever.
Just Caleb is.
All right.
No, I think we should all go.
Okay.
Okay, we all go.
These horses need to see Rexentrum immediately.
We're going to get in serious trouble from all this, so quickly.
Nah! You're fine.
As you guys all, one by one, make your way into this hallway, into the Rexentrum chamber, you can see there's the sigil on the ground with a very, very faint, kind of pulsating glow of arcane energy carved into its beautifully set runic ornamentation and setting. It's permanent. You guys can step in.
All right. Horse apples falling behind.
Yep. One by one, on horseback, you all get brought through the circle, appearing on a larger chamber, though of similar type of sculpt and design, as all of you and your horses emerge on the opposite end. There, you stand in another chamber. There is a door that is closed that leads outside.
Is there anything on the floor?
Yeah, but this isn't the...
On the floor in here? No.
No, the teleportation circle will be in another room, the one that leads.
Wait, no, actually, no, I'm sorry. This room here, I misremembered that, sorry. This room you're in right now has multiple doors around you. It's akin to the one that you first got to, so there is a symbol on the ground.
Oh.
And there are other doors that lead to the other ones. I'm sorry.
So
That's my
we
bad.
do. Oh, so that's the one you.
Go. Look at that symbol.
Wait a minute. If you open up all the doors, do you get to?
They're all here. It's the same location.
You hear a door open from above and footsteps coming down the stairs now.
Get out. Let's go back.
You don't know. You just hear footsteps at multiple because suddenly a bunch of clomping horses arrived and began marching around, echoing through a subterranean chamber that is under watch and key.
It takes you a minute?
To do it myself, but we just ride back. It's still here in this room? Is this the exit back to where we came from?
Go back?
There are other doors that are marked to Zadash, Port Damali,
we'll go
Vasselheim.
Wait, go through Port Damali. We can get that one too. Oh, wait, and then we can go back.
Caleb,
we're gonna die.
Port Damali door.
The door isn't open. Who's gonna open the door? From the top of your horse?
I'll get down and pick the lock.
Pick the lock! Go! Come on, those waypoints!
Natural one.
Your lockpick breaks. You need new thieves' tools.
I have some here.
At this point, you can see two figures rushing down, wearing familiar robes of the Colts, along with two Righteous Brand soldiers, saying,
I go up.
"Hello, who's there? You stop! Who's there? What are you doing?
I'm gonna keep picking the lock. What are you doing?
I can't either deceive them or kill them. I'm working on this.
Okay, it's fine. Hey.
What's the door made of? What's the door made of? The Port Damali door.
Like all the doors appear to be made of some sort of a well, kind of light stained gray wood, maybe.
I give you.
You don't know how
I'm gonna pat Bo on the back and enhance her ability for charisma checks.
thick. Okay, you begin casting a spell.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Is it bad?
Well, as you begin to make the incantation, both of the soldiers go, "She's a caster!" And they immediately take out two crossbows and fire at you.
Whoa!
God.
Wait, stop! Hold!
They're let loose.
I'm in Cobalt Reserve clothes! Come on!
We just broke into their
You just broke into the subterranean area
trying to break through another one.
We would have had to murder our way through the other location.
Hold on.
But it is really on guard
we
right
are
now.
obviously insane.
15
No one's arguing that.
and a 22.
22.
All right. One crossbow bolt catches you for 6 points of piercing damage.
Ow!
Like right in kind of the lower abdomen, right where the floating rib is. That sinks in. And the two other monks are like, whoa, wait, hold on.
Not cool.
The fuck?
Not cool.
Oh, my pancreas!
One of the individuals steps forward. You can see kind of a grayish green half-orc visage, older, thin, with kind of like a multiple chins of like skin fold from just age and sagging. Older orc kind of steps forward, white hair that goes long down the back.
Excuse me, what is going on here?
Sorry, Expositor Beauregard from...
The two guards kind of reload the crossbows and like...
Expositor
waiting.
Beauregard from Zadash, Cobalt Soul. We're here tracking fucking assholes, and we were supposed to be here. There's probably a message waiting for you all somewhere. I know how communication gets lost, but it was kind of a quick turnaround in terms of notification on letting you all know that we were coming.
Make a persuasion check.
Not just living it up.
No, because you're telling the truth.
No, we didn't send notice.
Yeah.
Well, no.
But you're an expositor.
Advantage.
I was trying to I was trying to purposefully lie so I could offend.
You're hiding. You hit a tiny lie and a lot of information. I'll say either you can. I'd say either you can roll persuasion or deception with disadvantage. Your choice.
But I have. Hang on, because you gave me.
I don't know if I got my full spell out though before they shot me.
You can make a concentration check. Actually, that would be important. So roll a Constitution saving throw.
11.
11. Yeah, you maintain. So you would have advantage.
Yeah, you have
The spell does continue.
Okay.
Oh.
I was so close to being fucking awesome. 9.
9.
9. Look, you heard about the attacks, right? That just happened?
Yes, of course. And why do you think we have such defense? And you hear other footsteps coming, and now other soldiers are coming downstairs. We are on extremely high alert, and if you are who you say you are, you should know not to just appear in here.
I need a healer.
Oh no!
I'm in so much pain.
My older sister is
4 more
dying.
righteous brand soldiers come in.
Oh, jeez, what?
And now they're kind of circled around, crossbows that they're ready to, or 4 of them with crossbows, 2 of them blades out, and it goes like, hold on. With no word in advance and with the heightened security we're having to maintain because of these said events, I'm going to have to ask you to wait here and go through processing and approval from the High Archivist.
Yep.
Here's the thing. We're kind of in a really big hurry.
Well, then you shouldn't have just appeared here with 6 horses in the middle of a dangerous time period for our people.
Right.
5.
I get that, and I understand the sentiment.
Look, I know every expositor on the list here, and I've not heard of an Expositor Beauregard.
She was just promoted.
Well, didn't get to us, did it?
Apparently, a lot of things don't get to you.
Exactly. Maybe that's.
Crossbows a little.
This seems, waiting a little bit seems fair to me. You are able to communicate with Zadash, correct?
We will reach out.
Yeah, we will sit tight. Sorry for the inconvenience. This is awkward, but we do have the best of intentions, as hard as that is to believe.
I will need each of your names, please. Starting with you.
No, Ford.
Just Ford?
Did I offer another name?
Ford. You are.
Expositor Beauregard.
Just Beauregard.
Yeah, man.
Why the surnames fell out of fashion, I don't know. Your name?
Hello, my name is Caleb Budagast.
Caleb Budagast.
Ooh, not the Briv.
You are.
Just her level.
Just a level. And you are?
Caduceus Clay.
Caduceus Clay.
How long is this gonna
Do
take?
this real quick.
I don't know.
Don't do it. Don't cast
Don't do
any
it.
spells. They're
Just-
they're
let's
trigger
just-
happy. Don't cast any spells. I'm just going
Oh.
to sit here and suffer.
Just take a breath. Appreciate what this looks like from their point of view. We will work all of this out.
I'll be back. And turns around and leaves up the stairs. And the guards say that the other monk kind of awkwardly looks at everyone and then follows behind. And so now you have the 6 righteous brand soldiers here kind of train on you, just looking over you all, like carefully looking over your faces to remember them.
6 on 6?
We could take them.
I'm gonna ask the horses to stare back at them too.
I'm gonna stare at the one that shot me.
To the dash!
And I'm gonna start crying, just a single tear down my cheek with the saddest expression I can muster.
He seems unmoved.
He hasn't really seen my charm yet.
10 minutes pass. 20 minutes pass.
Oh boy.
4 more soldiers come down and join them.
Oh my gosh.
They know our names.
You,
Are we sitting on horseback this whole time?
Yep, this whole time. In a very small room. You guys are all kind of like,
This room is filling up with
Caduceus, you're like having to like
I'm like, yeah, I'm
limp forward a bit. Eventually, the half-orc returns, and word is returned from the archive of Zadash.
Just burnt Xenon so bad.
You have been given temporary rites of passage, but you are also, until further notice, banned from the Rexentrum Archive.
Alright. We didn't even mean to come here.
Sounds fair.
We were
Thank
trying to
you.
get to Portamale. We get to the wrong thing anyway.
So banned from the archive. Understood. Does that include the teleportation?
Oh my god. Let's go to the Port Damali Circle with haste. Shall we?
We are just gonna go back to where we meant to go in the first place.
The half-orc shuffles over and pulls out a ring of keys and unlocks the door to Port Damali and opens it and steps back and just...
What was her name again, by the way?
Yeah.
Well, you're asking the half-orc? Which one?
Yeah. What's his name?
I'll look through my notes here because...
You didn't think we were
You
gonna
guys are gonna just...
out of nowhere. Just jumping around the goddamn globe.
Where in the world?
San Diego returns to Netflix season 2, October 1. Catch me there.
Kethadoc. Archivist Kethadoc.
Oh boy. Kethadoc.
Oh boy. Wow.
And just kind of gives you the nudge of, please get the fuck out of my place, kind of a look.
Absolutely.
Hey, can you send message to Port Damali that we're coming?
Holy shit.
No, let's just go. Let's just
As
go.
we go through!
Yeah.
So you go.
Trouble,
Horses, another disappearing into the Port Damali circle. As you guys
Apples go down.
Yep.
More poop.
Appear through. Strange when one of the horses, actually probably yours not, relieving itself as you're passing through the portal. Loose horse road apples through the process of teleportation get kind of. You remember when physics fucks up in like Skyrim and things get kind of weird and crazy? And just kind of like scatters a bit upon arrival.
Shit spray?
Shit spray bit.
Oh,
just
man.
like one side. But you all emerge on a similar chamber. Like these designs are different, but the scheme is generally the same. The doors are made from different materials. And you all land in a chamber that has the same kind of. This one does not have passage to Vasselheim, but it has the rest of the other doors to Zadash, Rexentrum, and Telore.
Someone break in with
Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go.
What is
Western
the door going to the dash made of?
These also appear to be made of wood, but the wood is of a different type.
Do you want to pick the lock, or should I just kick it open with the horse?
Anything. I can pick it with a broken tool.
Cool. I'll ride over to the door, back
God.
the horse up, and I'm gonna smack it on the ass. Try and get it to kick.
All right. Roll a d20 for me.
2
Oh God.
Crack! The door doesn't give, but the loud echo manages to reverberate throughout the chamber. And you immediately hear
We're making so many friends.
several footsteps now rushing down the staircase.
on his door. Get the fuck out of here, please.
I will be banned from.
No, but this was
You do see the Port Damali sigil beneath you, so you have that now.
And he's busting on the Taldore door right now?
No, he's just
No.
trying to get back.
No, we're trying to go back to the
dash.
Yeah.
Where's the dash?
Dash door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it unlocked? Can I just try to? Can I see if it's unlocked?
You rush up to try and open the door.
Yeah.
All right, it is locked.
Damn it! Can we just start unloading on it now, please?
Sure. Do you
No,
want my ball? I have a bomb.
no. We'll just ask if we can go back
No,
to
you are being crazy. Let's just walk out into Port Tamale and find a place where I can draw on the ground.
Excuse me? At which point, down at the bottom of the staircase, you see in familiar Cobalt Soul robes, a man in probably his early 60s or so, graying hair that's combed over and slicked to one side to cover a major bald spot. Kind of a heavier mustache that curls down to the bottom of the chin, liver spots in his forehead, and what looks to be 2 armed Zalezo behind him.
Oh my God.
What are you doing?
We've done this before.
Story we were just hoping to leave. This is a long story.
One of the Zalezo is like sitting there holding what looks to be a heavy crossbow at the side. Just kind of goes like pulls out a small horn and goes like, "Ooh." What are you doing?
Somebody do something really nice before I just
apologize.
Oh wait, yeah, I'm going to enhance ability on Caleb.
Greetings.
Okay,
This
as
is
you begin to cast the spell,
Oh no!
both of the Zalezo and just fire 2 heavy crossbows at you.
Oh God, my kid!
She's casting!
I immediately start shouting while they shoot. This is a misunderstanding, please. Please.
A 10 and a 24.
This is a time loop.
We're caught in a time loop.
You suffer
Skinned differently.
11 points of piercing damage as a second bolt is now on the other side of your abdomen.
This is like spoons that you get at gas stations. You're just collecting crossbow bolts across his head.
Please. I am so sorry.
Both of them immediately like drop their heavy crossbow for a second and pull out their sword and put it towards you and be like, not another one!
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no more casting those spells!
No.
Apologies, this is Expositor Beauregard Lionette. I am her arcane assistant. I have only just learned to use these circles, and I have brought us to the wrong place, and I am so very sorry. I would like to take us to our intended destination. If you need us to sit here for a while you call the home office, that is a possibility. But we could also just walk out the door and leave you to your day. You see that she knows your ways. She is one of you. This is on me. I am so sorry. I am the one eating the shit sandwich here. We just want to get out of your hair.
You hear about 3 more sets of footsteps making their way down the stairs from above. The older fellow in the middle goes like, looks at you both over, make a persuasion check.
Advantage. Oh wait,
Actually,
I got
make a concentration check.
Don't you remember from last time? Come on.
So hold off.
Okay. Oh no, 7. No.
You do not have advantage on this. The spell failed.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good. 19.
19?
Thank God. Finally.
Oh my God.
Is it broken? It'll be broken.
The rest 3, as he's sitting there looking at you over and looking over the rest of you, very discerning. The other guards come down and immediately get their heavy crossbows up. There's Lezo now. There's 5 of them in the chamber around the one there. He goes,
I apologize, but there has been some very terrible things happened within the Cobalt Soul.
It's a dash. That's why we're here.
If you would be patient, we have to go check in to confirm your story.
But of course. Sure. But of course, we will all wait here patiently and quietly.
Can I come with you?
No.
No.
You wait about another 15 or so minutes.
More poop on the ground. Just sleeping poop everywhere.
Before eventually he returns and goes,
I have just finished talking with the archive in Zadash. We have been told that we are to allow you passage this one time. However, it has been requested that you are also banned from the archive in Port Damali until further notice. Also, I have a message from to Beauregard from Archivist Enoth, who says, please, for the love of Ioun, stop.
Caleb, in his mind, is just envisioning massive libraries decay and melt into the sea.
Okay.
Pulls out his ring of keys, walks over, and opens the door to the Zadash portal. All the other Zalezo are like, carefully they picked up their crossbows themselves, 6 heavy crossbows, all cocked and ready, and they're all aimed at each of you independently. And the horses all kind of...
Single tear down my cheek.
So as you all, one by one, make your way towards Zadash.
We are really so sorry.
Passing through on the other side of this.
Oh dear.
Awaiting in the center of the chamber is Xenoth, sitting on a stool, head down, sweat on his brow, and clutching a cloth that looks to be dampened with whatever he's previously been wiping from his face. Wipes once more. Looks up and goes,
Sorry.
leave.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're going now. Goodbye.
I'm gonna go track down these people and then check in with you later.
Please, just go.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about that.
And he gets up, holds aside,
I guess I should.
unlocks and opens the door to whichever we want to go, or are you just casting something here? What are you doing?
I'm gonna heal myself.
Like, is
You know, we actually have decided just to hang here. And
he goes,
Sometimes you have to go on a long journey to find out what you really loved was back home.
yeah, absence makes the art grow fonder.
Look.
oh my god.
So,
okay.
We leave you to your recovery. It's mostly my fault, so please don't be too hard on Beauregard. Mostly my fault.
Just leave.
Yeah. Look, I know I'm a pain in the ass, but I swear, got good intentions.
He leads you back up the stairs, back through the middle of the archive to the front door, at which point, where previously you had turned heads, you can now see a number of the figures are all just in a line, arms crossed, just watching you pass through. Until eventually you exit out into the main thoroughfare of Zadash on horseback. The doors slam behind you.
Well, I consider that a huge success.
You got banned from every Cobalt Soul library
Until further notice.
in the world.
Temporarily.
Yeah.
Look, this isn't the first time they've kicked me out, so it's fine.
They're going to be so happy with us once we take care of the people that, hurt them.
Exactly.
This was all for them.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't know it yet.
Well, where to now?
To the gentleman?
I mean,
are we trying to get to...
I feel like
To
we're
Lotus?
kind of in
Lotus?
a fucking hurry is the only thing. I don't know if we want to take the time.
True,
and this is
yeah.
hard to say that
because I want to talk to him, but
Wait, there's no way for us to even get to the Lotus Den. What is it called? The Lotus Den? There's no way to get there. We can get 1,000 miles away.
I feel like I should send at least a message to the Bright Queen and let them know that they're over there.
We
What do you
tried
think?
to tell her about this shit though, and she seemed
Like they had a handle on it, but I don't
Well,
know.
then
Maybe
nothing
she
happened.
doesn't know
Well,
that.
we may be wearing our welcome out with him, but it is a threat. If you were to contact Essek and tell him what's going on and where we need to go, maybe he would be willing to give us one more spin.
Watch out, there's a car coming.
That's our horses. I don't know. I've been trying not to bug the man, but I cannot think of a way to get there faster.
well. I mean, we've been gone for like 2 to 3 weeks now,
he
so
probably misses us.
He-
If
he
we're going to
probably
be
does.
honest.
And we
Yeah.
can trade, obviously the information we've gathered in exchange for
Yeah,
another helping hand.
yeah.
It's just evidence of our cooperation.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to duck into an alleyway so I can send a message to Essek.
Okay.
This is not good. We found out some really dangerous, important things that we need to talk to you about. I know you don't want to, but we could really use your help with transportation. This is life or death for a lot of people. It's on your doorstep.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, God, I hate rolling tonight.
Well,
What?
there's the shiny black one at the start.
This one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna blame you if this is bad.
Oh, no, not that one. That's fair. I had that coming.
You could have given me guidance, but you didn't. 10. No, 11.
I know.
11. Well, if it is indeed this important, then maybe it's something we can discuss. I trust that your interests are forthright. I'll need your help soon anyway.
He said he would need our help soon. He seemed like he would do it.
One step at a time.
Nobody needs our help with.
I don't know.
We'll thread that needle when we get to it.
Should we go back?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
Just got
We
here.
just got to Zadash.
God, we worked for 2 whole weeks to get here. We finally get there and we're pumping away. But we need to. It's important.
Shout, there's a car coming.
I have a thought.
Please.
Is there such thing as an unofficial teleportation like symbol? Like, do people who are not? I mean, like, we know sketchy people.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible they might have a way for us to get back into town when we need to?
Well, I mean, we
once
can
again.
we can just bamf into Cobalt Reserve if we need to come back here.
Well, that's going
To the dash, we could. Without horses, it would be better.
We'll let them cool off a little bit, I think.
Send them a gift basket.
I mean, once again, the only place I would think to look would be the gentleman. I mean, there were other portals and teleportation circles that we've seen ruins of that we've destroyed in the past, I'm sure.
I feel like the gentleman has one.
I wouldn't be surprised.
If we're about to see Essek, he's probably going to ask, how goes the search for the thing that we're supposed to be searching for, you know? The Dodeca? We have not done anything
We can
towards
tell
that.
him we're really looking, but in the meantime, this popped up.
He also said there was no urgency for that.
Okay.
Also, we are re-establishing our connections in the Empire, which is all well and good for our arrangement with him, and they care very much about these things crossing over into their dynasty and our world here. Okay, let's find a good place. Where were you? In an alley right now? We're just changing the contact. I mean, I could do it right here if we want.
Sure, I'll keep an eye out.
Okay, so cluster of 6 horses out of 7 alleyway. You're blocking the side line of sight to the alley. Is that what you're doing?
Maybe.
Let's see.
Stupid. Is there like a barn we can hide in or something?
Yeah, we could find a place. It doesn't have to be right here.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes you the better part of, let's say, half an hour or so, and you find one kind of alley intersection, like a T intersection, where there's enough space to do it, and there isn't a whole lot of foot traffic. You probably might have to keep guards posted at the edge and try and keep people from going down there while it's being finished, but it's doable. Who's being posted at the 3 corners?
I'll do one.
I will.
And I'll be at the other.
Okay, I would like the 3 of you to roll an intimidation check for me.
Intimidation?
Guidance. I'm guiding me. Guide somebody.
Oh.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
Oh, and I'm cutting this up.
Okay.
10.
8 minus 3. 5.
All right. As you're working on your circle, about 7-8 minutes go through. Nobody gets near you, Beauregard. You're just like sitting there. Anybody that makes eye contact with you, you kind of scowl back and you're just like, ugh, and keep going without an issue. A few people kind of give you some terse looks. They seem untrusting of you. They don't go for the alley, but you've definitely caught some attention.
Slight note, it's just 1 minute.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Circle.
Right for the circle. So yeah, then it would have been right on the cusp of finishing the spell as you're doing that. I'd say even with your low roll, you draw attention, and some of the righteous brand and town, or the Crown's Guard begin to take notice of this tinier goblinoid type creature that seems to be a bit shifty and not quite, seems to be very plainly placed to try and keep anybody from entering the alley. Illegal activity being a problem in this city.
But did you look like Veth this whole time? You were Veth for 8 hours.
Yeah, we're still on that 8 hours.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, sure.
You were researching for quite a bit of time. I would say, okay, I'll allow it. So not a goblin per se, but definitely a shifty-looking figure at the edge of the alley that they begin to walk towards out of curiosity. So they're about 40 or 50 feet from you, and you can see 3 Crown's Guard and 2 Righteous Brand from 2 different corners beginning to kind of like make eye contact with each other and begin walking towards you.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I got nothing.
Do we see this happening?
No.
Nope.
Nobody else.
You guys are all like right by where Caleb is on the inside of the alley with the horses at the ready.
Shit. I can go invisible, but I feel like they would see that.
Just look like you're gonna barf for something.
I'm a great actor. I will. I look like Beth. So they just see me being shifty and they start walking over.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy. I'm gonna start crying. I'll just start crying. We'll fake crying.
Okay. You can make a performance or deception check, your choice.
Oh boy. Terrible. Hey! 12.
12. Okay, the Righteous Brand kind of stop and kind of turn back around. The Crown's Guard continue approaching, just slower, and kind of inspecting you over. 2 of them kind of stop and watch you cry.
That's so sad.
It's Empire Man.
One of them kind of steps forward and goes,
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I lost my dog.
What does the dog look like?
The dog, it's like a dog, man. It's like a little brown dog. Cute, has a little collar with a button on it.
What was its name?
Avantika.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye out for it. If we see or find your dog,
That's all I've got.
where should we bring the dog to if we find it?
Right to the.
Oh, Joe. Oh, man. Oh, no.
I don't remember where I'm staying. To Pumat Souls. He's my friend. Vulnerable.
All right.
Yeah, that place.
And it gives you a look of like, all right, we'll keep an eye. He kind of like turns around to join the other two, kind of occasionally looking over. You can tell like they don't buy all of it, but they're not aggressively pursuing it at the moment. They may go check in with Pumat Soul.
Okay.
At some point in the future. You may have just implicated now.
In the dog thief ring.
You finish the spell.
Yeah, I'm holding the chalk. There's one line left. I'm looking at the alleyway at not going.
Are they gone out of eyesight, or are they still clocking me?
They're like clocking you from a distance. They're still watching you cry there.
Okay.
Like they don't fully believe you.
I will drop the form of Veth, go like this, and dart over to Caleb.
I see it. I wait till she's like 10 feet away, and I go, "Fuck off, Trumps!"
You jump under
in the pool.
All right, you all jump back on your horses, and, they all kind of rush over to the alleyway, just in time to see like two horses go and just vanish into the ether. The last thing you hear is, "What's up?" That's it.
Oh my god.
That was so ridiculous.
Where are you taking them?
Rosona. To Essek.
All right.
We have like 10 stars on GTA 5. like they sent out the choppers. Yes.
We are so hidden, those stars are gonna go away.
As you guys arrive within the subterranean basement of the Lucid Bastion in the Dynasty City of Rosona.
Our horses.
We'll go ahead and pick this up next week.
Oh my god.
Oh my
that
god.
spiraled quickly.
Oh, that was such a bad spiral.
You got greedy. I mean, you got what you wanted, but at what cost?
Yeah.
It's fine.
Just our dignity.
And from all as are your children and your children's children
my
for 3
God.
months.
Give me back your library card.
Jesus.
The missive's going to come in, like, hereby I bequeath the position of expositor to Beauregard. And he'd be like, this one, unlike the I do not serve this person photo on the side of the 7-Eleven. Exactly.
Next time you're gonna don't Beauregard that or anything.
You just bowed yourself.
It's just bowed.
Alrighty, cool. We'll pick up this next week. Thank you guys for watching the chaos.
Oh man.
Don't forget, we love you very much, and is it Thursday yet? Good night.